I slept on a pool floaty eventually that I got at Walmart.
How long were you on the pool floaty for?
The pool floaty lasted about 4 days,
Yeah.
and then it got holes in it, and then I was
Okay.
patching those holes.
Was that comfy while it lasted?
Honestly, it was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Because it was one of those with the built-in pillow.
Yeah.
So it was like the bed lounger from Walmart. That was
Sure.
legit $3, I think.
Was it like a fun animal or anything?
No, it was just blue.
Welcome to Backpacker Radio, presented by The Trek, brought to you by Topo Athletic. I am your co-host, Zach Badger Davis. Sitting to my right is...
Hi, I'm Juliana Chauncey, a.k.a. Chaunce.
Uh-oh, we almost made it 1 minute.
And I'm fine.
So to paint the picture, I'll say the words because I have a feeling you might just want a second to not speak.
Yeah, you want to pass me one of those guys?
What are we looking? Oh yeah, this is Chaunce's last in studio moment as a Colorado resident. And how does it feel? This is an impromptu processing.
It's so fun. I'm really enjoying it. It's great. Thanks for asking.
Caleb was not prepared for this when he was asked to come on a backpacking podcast.
He had no idea until about 5 seconds ago. But I have been clearing the shelves of anything that's mine, and I selfishly decided that I want to take the bottle of Maker's Mark that says Backpacker Radio. I think it's a fair compromise. And so...
You can have anything you want, aside from the sign and the podcasting
I'll take the company. You sign over the track.
It's not a physical thing.
And so we're going to start with a shot.
Yeah.
Because how else am I supposed to do this?
Ooh,
Okay, great.
I think that might have been more than a shot.
I bet have given you extra.
Yikes. Good. How does it feel?
You already asked that. You
I
have to
know.
do reminders of any kind.
Do you want to do reminders?
Yes, do reminders. Don't look at me.
Okay. We can do more processing in a bit. Reminders is, if you want the best from the Trek, the place to get that is the Trek's newsletter. The link will be in the show notes. But this is where we post new job opportunities, and I've been teasing this, but I hope to have one before the end of the year. This is where we get exclusive gear discounts. We recently just ran one with a footwear brand, not our title sponsor, so I won't say it. And we put out our best content of the week each week via the newsletters. So this is the place to get the best of everything that the Trek does. If you're not on this, I highly encourage you to do this. This is also the place to go to learn about live podcasts. This is now, we're time traveling because we haven't, as of this recording, haven't done it. As of this release, it has happened, but I'm sure there were more tears. Definitely more alcohol.
I would like to hope that I keep it together really well, and I'm just going to manifest that.
Yeah.
Whether or not...
John's is so ready to be done with the podcast that she's unplugged herself.
This is Java all over it.
On this part right here. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, I unplugged myself prematurely. I don't remember what I was saying.
Live podcast.
Oh, yes. I don't know. I would like to think that I can be composed.
Yeah.
Because this feels more real.
Yeah.
You know, like this was my last commute. I can't keep talking about this. So this feels more real.
When did we start? What was our first in the studio podcast? I know we just did the reminiscing,
I
but
can tell you.
I'm going to guess, was that 19? Or 20?
I can tell you, but I can't tell you that fast. But
Yeah.
I can tell you. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to wait until I buffer. Where are we on a map?
You pull that up. I'm going to go to the next reminder.
Yep.
The next reminder is, this is our brand new YouTube channel, The Trek on Trail. This is our vlogger series. As it goes with thru-hikers, I'm sure Caleb knows all too well about this. Things happen. So a few of the people that we've signed up have already gotten off trail. So as of this recording, it's just Morgan, our British All-Star out on the PCT, rocking the channel solo. There's a chance that he'll have some friends on the channel here soon, but Morgan's awesome. And this will be the channel to go to get Trek vlogger updates, and it's in full swing. So if you're not subscribed, you're probably not. Brand new channel, hard to find. The link will be in the show notes. We would love for you to subscribe and support our crew. So what was the year?
November 2019.
Okay.
That was when the walls were white and
Yeah.
you were holding something, and you had put that one little sign. Oh, I just closed my thing out. You had put that one little picture, because remember you ordered the print and you thought it was going to be a really jumbo print, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
you got it and it was like the size of...
It was a sticker too. It wasn't even a print, right?
Yeah, and so you just stuck it to the wall. Here, I'll show you.
It is impressive.
This is you explaining it. Oh, yeah, there you go.
It's funny how far we've come, and in some ways regressed.
Yeah.
The studio has gotten better.
Yes, the studio has gotten better. I have less hair. I mean, I did cut it, but you probably have less hair too.
Oh, I definitely have less hair.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
So.
It was during an episode that was removed. Someone commented that it was the only thing more shocking than the subject matter was the fact that I wasn't wearing a hat.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You do wear them a lot, but then again, I wear them a lot.
Maybe I'll go hatless for the live podcast as a send-off, a present to you.
Imagine
show
you
my
did,
thinning hair,
and all of a sudden it was just like you had no hair, and you
Yeah.
just had been hiding it
just
so well.
shaving my bald spot in.
No, like you actually just balded.
The stress
no
of
one
you
knew.
leaving. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's about me.
See if I've got
in
any
general,
Lucy's in here.
He had to prove it. He didn't look for Lucy's. He has to prove.
No, I got
He's
two
proving to
hairs.
YouTube that
Shots.
he has it.
Since you gave me a shot, I've lost at least 3 or 5 hairs. So.
Yeah, but I lose 3 or 5 hairs.
Yeah, but you've got a lot more to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On that note.
Last but not least, certainly not least, patreon.com/backpackerradio. This is the place to go to get the continued Juliana Chauncey experience. I've been reluctant to finalize what exactly that looks like from a content plan because I don't want to stress you out. You'll be in the middle of a move. I don't want to burden you with stuff, but I suppose after this podcast, we should definitely have that conversation.
Yeah, it's one of those that has to be had, but it makes things more final. So I think putting
Well, I
it
think it
off-
also makes things more continued.
Well, yeah, but then it's just more like living in that world.
Yeah.
You know.
The future. BPR.
Yes, BPR. So, yeah, I think putting it off is good because we can just let this sit, and then when I unpack, we can unpack. But yeah.
Also the place to go to get every episode advertisement free. And yeah, we are grateful to all of our Patreon supporters. We've been getting more comments and messages and yada yada through Patreon. So thank you to everyone who is a Patreon, who's communicative. We are always receptive to the feedback that we get. We got some notes about like requesting specific show notes and just stuff like that. So everything that you send, we read and take to heart. So if you want to get through to us, that's a good place to do so. Again, patreon.com/backpackerradio. Okay, let's get to our interview. Caleb, thank you for joining us. Caleb Adcock is a thru-hiker and professional photographer. After completing the AT last year, this year he is partway through the CDT. I know, is your trail name Meatball?
Yeah.
Is that something I feel like it was a little bit buried on your Instagram. You don't advertise Meatball.
Yeah, it's not like front and center all the time.
Yeah. Is that you trying to separate your professional self with your dirtbag self?
No, not at all. It was just kind of like, I don't know. It was one of those trail names that I didn't get until super later on in the AT. And
how late are we talking?
Like Pennsylvania, New Jersey.
Oh.
And so
were you hiking with Jamie?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
So Jamie had started a week ahead of me. And then
did you guys make it a pact to dodge trail names?
No, because I know, yeah, she like took forever to get one too. But it kind of, we got to a point where there were so many people that would just like be so frustrated. They'd be like, what do you mean you don't have a trail name? And just like people on trail, people off trail. And so it kind of got to a point where we were like, we just have to pick one. And so, yeah. And like at the beginning, I feel like as on every trail, everyone's just trying to give you a trail name right off the bat.
Yeah.
And so we were like, no, because I was hiking. It was me and 2 other guys that I met on day 2 that essentially hiked most of the trail together. And so we were like, we need to wait for this kind of experience. And essentially it turned into this thing of like, okay, we just need to pick one just to appease people.
So you picked your own.
So I kind of did pick my own. Yeah.
Is it rooted in any sort of story or anything?
We were in, I want to say Pennsylvania, and we had all like set up our tents to face each other. And it was so hot. I remember it was legit like 90 degrees, 85% humidity, and no breeze whatsoever. and the mosquitoes were awful. And so we'd set up our tents kind of across from each other and eating dinner in our tents, but could still have conversation. And I had packed out like pre-cooked meatballs from Walmart.
Smart.
And it was like one of those things of like, I love my camp stove through and through. I am not a cold soaker whatsoever, but with this, it was just like so hot that I couldn't eat anything hot. So I was just eating meatballs cold.
Yeah.
And I was like, guys, you should just call me Meatball. Like, it's kind of trashy. Like, it's kind of like off, like kind of random. And they were like, no, like we need to wait for like a real like experience for you to get your trail name. And then, so like a week went by and then I like, someone else referenced it. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Like maybe we shouldn't do Meatball. Maybe I'll wait. And then they were like, no, that's it. And so then one of the guys I was hiking with, Dylan, he literally kind of came up with this thing that was like, my slogan is keep on rolling or just rolling through. And so any kind of like trail log or book that I sign, it's usually just rolling through or keep on rolling, that kind of thing.
You draw a meatball with it?
I don't. I usually put a little heart somewhere, but yeah.
There's that song about meatballs rolling. Do you know it?
I don't think so. Do
It,
you
like, rolls
want to
off the
sing it?
table. No, I don't remember it. I had to play it on piano.
Oh.
But there is a song. It could be your theme song if
Okay.
you learned all the words.
I'll have to look it up.
Okay.
I was thinking of the cartoon with Meatball and Fry. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, hated all those of
Yeah.
that genre.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. You know the meatball song, the meatball that rolls off the table.
Yes.
Meatball rolling off table song. On top of spaghetti, all covered with cheese. I lost my poor meatball when somebody sneezed. I rolled off the table. It rolled onto the floor. Oh shit! I clicked it and now it's a music ad. Okay, well that's the song.
Okay, I'll have to look it up.
Covered in cheese, my poor meatball. Then somebody. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
This is gonna be my new like Ridge Walk song.
It
I'll
really-
have
it really
double
should
headphones
be.
in,
Yeah.
Meatball song on.
Yeah.
It will be stuck in your head.
Okay.
And technically, it's a camp song.
Okay.
So
It'll be like
when
a
you're
party
at
trick.
camp.
Yeah, I can bring it out, do a whole performance.
yes, people will love that.
Okay. I'm gonna keep that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that from you.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
How long was this pre-cooked meatball sitting in your pack before you ingested it?
Well, it was like all sealed off. Like this wasn't like I scraped meatballs off like a sub and decided to take them with me.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I mean, give or take 4 days. So
I still feel like that's an
Not
FDA
new.
violation. I don't know how much the factory sealing will help you with that, but you're here to tell the story.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
good.
So yeah, it wasn't anything crazy, but that's what I ended up with, and yeah, it's just kind of stuck. So
Yeah.
Do you
have-
like it?
I do like it because
Huh?
it does feel like a little trashy of just like, and also the amount of people that I had, because once we got further north and I had like started going by Meatball, there were a few hikers ahead of us, and as we started encountering Sobos, they'd be like, oh, we met so and so, and they told us that like Meatball and JJ were going to be coming through, but people would be like, you are not what I was expecting Meatball to look like.
Meatball is like the twerp on every show.
Yeah. Yeah. And so it was kind of just like this funny thing of like my name started to get ahead of me a little bit too. And so then that really just like nail in the coffin kind of deal.
Sure.
And so
So your name's getting ahead of you. What is your reputation?
hopefully a little less trashy than Meatball sounds, but no, I think, I don't know. I feel like I've lived, which anyone who's hiked a long trail feels like they've lived 18 different lives while they're out there. And also just like the cool part about the trail is like you meet someone and then they get ahead of you, and 2 months later you see them down the trail. And so, yeah, it was kind of like this thing of, the two guys I had hiked a lot of the trail with up in New Hampshire and Maine, had gotten a few days ahead. And so, yeah, just interacting with the Sobos coming the other way. And then also like in New Hampshire and Maine, some people would recognize me from Instagram, which was mortifying and terrifying. And it was just like this, like, oh my gosh, that's the Instagram guy, or I've seen your videos. And it was like, so like took me aback just from like, this feels like so weird. Cause I initially started posting just for like my friends. And I think I started the trail, it was like 1,500 followers maybe. And so, yeah, and then the audience kind of started growing, and then people in real life started recognizing me. And so it was just kind of like this, I don't know, almost that like internet, Instagram, TikTok guy. And usually I my kind of initial response is I'm so sorry for what you've seen on the internet. Like, it's probably been very chaotic and unhinged in a lot of different ways.
Do you not match your online persona?
No, I feel like I do, but and my friends can attest to that too. But I think it's just kind of like I initially had been posting for my friends, and so it was kind of like that. I don't know. It wasn't the perfectly cut, put together, beautiful trail photos or videos or like.
Disagree with that. Your photos are spectacular.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. You weren't after becoming like an influencer type. But
Yeah.
your photography is fucking outrageous. It's really good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, I thought, like, if you're a professional photographer, don't you want tons of people to see your photos?
For sure. And I think because a lot of kind of like I fell into this pattern of like a weekly update. And so I would kind of just post these like one-off videos during the week. And then like the end of the week would be like a set of photos. But it was always a mix of like iPhone photos and camera photos and iPhone clips. And so it was kind of this combination of like this professional side of like, yes, people can see some really cool imagery that I'm putting out. But also, like, I didn't want it to be this, like, almost out of touch or, like, this picture perfect of, like, this thru-hike is, like, the most beautiful, incredible thing, which it is, but there's also the other side to it of, like, this is really hard, and sometimes you're sitting on the side of the road eating cereal out of your pot and, like, getting, like, blasted in the face with dirt from cars that are driving by. Like, and I wanted to kind of have that balance of, like, it's not just this crazy beautiful imagery, but it's this full experience that encompasses so many different things. And so I think that was kind of that balance of like, I'm going to post the really high quality imagery, but I'm also going to post the like shitty iPhone photo that is, I look literally like someone beat me with a stick kind of deal. Because I feel like that was just like the most accurate way to share what a thru-hike experience is like.
Yeah.
As a professional photographer, did you ever worry that if you posted a shitty photo and someone found it and saw it, that they would think you were a shitty photographer?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think I kind of got to this point where a lot of the content I was posting, photos and videos, like I thought it was funny or I thought it would be fun to share. And so it kind of almost like took a step back from that like professional front of like, I am wanting to, yes, have this like professional photography, but I'm also just posting as a normal person that's out hiking, doing a thru-hike. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of like, that goes into that balance between professional and just like posting for fun. And I think it was also like around the time too, like a lot of people were starting to take Instagram and that kind of posting a lot less serious. And so these kind of like photo dumps and, you know, you do your monthly photo dump and it's just like everything from like really cool, like beautiful imagery to like the funny stuff that you might post on your close friend's story. And so that was kind of the concept is like, I'm posting this because I think it's cool imagery and also funny imagery, and I'm posting it for my friends to see, like people that I know. And then that kind of turned into like, oh, people that I don't know are also seeing this. And that was kind of that like spooky spot of with brands. And for the most part, like the brands that I did get to partner with on the AT and even with the CDT, I like had a few calls with them and I was like, they were like super excited because a lot of people were relating to the type of content that I was posting. And I was like, kind of not embarrassed, but I was like, oh, like we're going to talk about some of the videos that I've posted. And that's like terrifying because I was sitting in a professional space.
What's the least professional thing you've done in one of these videos?
Gosh, I don't know. That's a good question. And I'm going to have to think about it.
If you don't tell me, I'm thinking like full frontal nudity.
No.
I've got the photo
Nothing.
here.
Oh, you do? Oh.
No. Nothing like that.
Is it safe?
I think it's just kind of like that, like rat summer mentality of like kind of unhinged, kind of dirty, like stuff that people might be like, oh, that's kind of gross. Which like, unless you're in the backpacking world, like you get it. But like, doing certain things, like some people are like, oh my gosh. And I can't think of like one specific thing right now.
Yeah.
But
It's funny, we get remarks, like comments and emails from time to time about people being upset that we refer to people as hiker trash. Like,
Yeah.
it's a demeaning thing. Like, you have to be in the know to know that that's a term of endearment.
yeah.
I had friends when I got back from the PCT be like, "You're not trash. You need to have better self-esteem." And I'm like, I promise you that's not what I mean.
Is there anything frustrating about, because you are a talented professional photographer, the pendulum has swung or is swinging back to like that more like authentic style? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like all the tools that during a period of time, maybe a couple of years ago, were trying to make everyone look more professional.
Yeah.
And now the stuff that stands out are like people talking to the camera in their car, trying to come off of, like they're not scripting it or something like that. Is that frustrating for you, someone that is polished and professional trying to break through?
I don't think it is, just because, like you said, it is shifting to this like more authentic style. I think, which professionally it makes my job 1,000 times easier, because people are wanting the real stuff, right? Like a few years ago, and maybe even 10 years ago, it was kind of like the professional imagery. In order to be a professional, it had to be this perfectly clean cookie cutter photo where everything's perfectly staged. And now it's moved away from that, and it's like brands, from what I've worked with, just want authentic photos and authentic imagery. And I think, that's one thing I bring to the table is I kind of am a lot of these outdoor brands like target demographic. And so existing on the professional side as well as existing in the demographic they're trying to target, it's kind of like, like I understand what looks real and what doesn't look real and what looks staged. And I just remember seeing some imagery a few years ago, and it was like this whole setup and a beautiful imagery, but the models in the shoot looked like they'd never spent a day outside. And like the way the tent was set up was like sleeping pad, sleeping bag, and like a lantern beside it. And I was like, this is not even close to like my camping experience, like let alone through hiking, but like a camping experience. And so I think I've kind of taken or tried to take that mentality into the professional side of like, what would this scene normally look like? Like if there wasn't a camera here, like what would this scene look like? Or working, with people in the outdoor space on different shoots and, having an idea of what we want the image to look like, but just kind of taking a step back and being like, hey, like you exist in this demographic, whether that's bike packing or through hiking, or, we have this camp set up, but I want you to make this what the best way that you feel would look the most accurate to how you would be existing in that naturally. Yeah.
We've hired a number of photographers for the Trek store, and I now try to make it a rule that I only hire through hikers, just because like I don't have to coach them as to like what the aesthetic is. They know what it is. Because we've had some like very talented photographers who just like, you could tell day hiking was probably as deep as they got in. It doesn't portray the image that I think the Trek is and people associate with.
Well, and I think that's kind of made, like I said, my job a lot easier, is because it's not perfectly staged and it's not cookie cutter, and
I'll
it's
take
like
one of those.
I got it for you. I've got so much shit on the ground over here.
No.
I wasn't planning on drinking, but
I don't know how.
I know.
I don't know how.
The conflict between me being old and trying to celebrate our sweet Chawns. The latter's winning. Sorry, I cut us off with my alcoholism. Just like the authentic thread of like trying to represent the brand in the truest way possible.
And I think that also just comes from like in the professional space, working with people, like bringing people into model who already exist in that space, right? It's not like you're trying to make someone who only lives in the city look like they've are a triple crowner. It's bringing in the triple crowner to be in your photos and your imagery. And also just like the credibility that goes with that, of like seeing that imagery that was perfectly staged with the people who had looked like they'd never been outside. It was kind of like, I don't know, there wasn't any credibility for me of like, oh, that I see myself in that situation, or I relate to that scene. Like there was a pretty hard divide with that. And so I think that's kind of like, that balance between professional and also just that realistic content and imagery that kind of the marketing side of things has shifted towards that.
Which of your photos has gone the most viral?
This is also a great question. Photos.
You could take it in a different way if you'd like.
Yeah, there's one video that I made, a reel that I made, and we were still in North Carolina on the AT last year, and I had taken a nerd cluster, and I went up on this fire tower, and I put it between my fingers like a cigarette, and I videoed it, like, literally, I think I videoed it on, like, Instagram or Snapchat or something, like, not clean camera or anything, but something I could flip the camera, but it was essentially, like, something to take the edge off, and it was me on this fire tower, and then I flipped the camera around like I was smoking a cigarette, but it was a nerds cluster. I think it's, like, almost up to, like, 2 million views or something, which is, like...
I've got to find
it was so stupid, too, because it's, like, that's the thing with social media, it's, like...
The best ones are.
Yeah, well, and like you like put time and effort into this like high quality content or whatever it might be, and then you post like a video that took me 10 seconds to make, and I don't even think I edited it. I literally just like put the copy on it and uploaded it, and then the next day I like woke up and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so dumb.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
There's something iconic about the nerd cluster, though. I feel like this is something the new era of thru-hiker knows all too well. I don't even know when when nerd clusters came out, but the bulk of my thru-hiking career, they did not exist.
Nope.
And I think I was first introduced to them on the San Diego Trans-County Trail by Jolly. Holy fuck, are they good.
Yeah.
They're so much better than nerds.
Yeah.
It's like
Well,
reimagined nerds.
What was your like nerd cluster? If they weren't out, like what was the
Good
go-to
question.
candy?
I'm more of a chocolate guy, so I'm maybe not the most qualified, but I know Chance is big into the sour gummy worms.
I'm trying to think of what would be relatable to nerd clusters, pre-nerd clusters.
Some kind of like Starburst or like some kind of individually wrapped chewy candy.
Yeah. I'm always more of a chocolate guy. Oreos,
Even in the like
M&Ms.
hot,
Yeah.
like it's melting everywhere. You're like licking it off the wrapper kind of deal.
I usually get the share bag of the M&Ms, so they all melt and they lose their color. Yeah.
Are we asking like what our specific personal equivalent would be, or what at the time we hiked the equivalent to it would have been?
Yeah, I think kind of both. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good question.
My equivalent would probably be, if I'm on trail, sour gummy worms. But not always the gummy worms. Sometimes I don't want that taste. The octopuses sometimes are the preferred gummy.
Whoa.
Other times it's different. So just I am excited by that. At the time...
Because I also feel like my alternative is like the Sour Patch watermelons.
Yeah,
And
those are
that's
really
what
good.
I take, like
Yeah.
if just kind of interchangeably with nerd clusters.
Sure.
You know what? When I was on the AT, I think that was around when the sweet chili Doritos came out. And I think I
Ooh.
learned about them on trail. And they were,
no.
like, as tasty as they are off trail, they were so tasty on trail. They made it into every resupply.
Yeah.
And, like, we would each buy a bag.
Yeah.
So I think that would probably be the nerd cluster of it.
Okay.
They've since lost their luster a bit.
Yeah.
I think I'm losing taste buds from them.
Your enthusiasm for the sweet chili has definitely rubbed off on me. Before knowing your appreciation for them, it was always nacho cheese Cool Ranch, and I would never deviate.
Wait, is this the purple bag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I agree with the purple. Because there's like a red bag that's like also a chili, not the like OG red, but there's
Sure.
like a maroon or something.
Oh, I haven't had this one.
That's like,
Oh.
that's similar, some chili,
Different.
something,
Yeah.
but the purple's unmatched for
Yeah,
sure.
sweet chili.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not an early adopter when it comes to chips. I always have to wait for the recommendation because I've got my staples and I stick
Yeah.
to them. Okay, let us back up a little bit. Where in your career arc did you get into photography?
I just kind of stumbled into it. Really, I feel like I got my first camera when I was in college, in like 2017, 2016. And, yeah, I just started shooting for fun, and shooting a lot of like landscape and just stuff in the outdoors. And I really didn't start pursuing brand photography for, probably not until like 2022 was whenever I was like finding myself in these outdoor situations with product and realized that I could shoot a basic photo that could potentially make me money. And so I literally was like shooting on the most basic camera Nikon makes for well into my photography career. and it was just like one of those bundles you could get for like $500 that comes with like 2 lenses from Best Buy. And and so I just kind of like started combining that landscape photography, starting to photograph people more and people with product. And I didn't go to school for it. I didn't have any friends that were in that space and in the marketing space. Like, it was all very new to me. And even just down to like talking with clients and how to make an invoice and an agreement and like all of that stuff that goes into running your own business. And so, there wasn't kind of like one clear cut entry point. It was just kind of like stumbling through. And I feel like I've definitely like gone back and forth too of, going full-time freelance is like, when it's on, it's great. And when it's not on, it's miserable. And so kind of this balance of like having another job while trying to do photography and make those connections and kind of build that portfolio. And so, it's just kind of slowly developed through the years. And also just like a balance too of, not turning something I love just into work and making sure that I don't kill that kind of desire the reason that I got into it. And then you add on, freelance stuff and financial instability that comes with freelance work. And so it was kind of like this back and forth of like, I don't want to kill this thing that I love doing on my own time just in order to pay the bills. And so, it's kind of been a process that's like slowly developed throughout the years.
Coming into it so green, how did you determine your pricing in a way that like you could feel confident about was fair to you and the company?
Yeah. And thinking back to some early days, what I charged, how little I charged for what I delivered is kind of crazy.
Do you remember your first pay job?
I do. My first like brand gig, it was for this like little clothing company in Montana, and I think I delivered 100 images for like $150. Like, it was like
I'll hire you to follow me around.
Like, it was, and I was like, oh my gosh, like $1 an image. They have all of this, which it was just like in-house product photography. But I remember being so stoked because I was like, I don't have to clock into anything. I don't have a boss. I can do it on my own time. And I'm literally like pushing a button, and the editing on the back end, like it's all on my own time. And so I was like so excited about it. That was probably like one of the biggest, like, I don't know, it just like I was so excited to continue building that. And looking back now, I'm like, oh my gosh, that company got a lot of imagery for very little cost. But in terms of like setting pricing, it's an ongoing battle. I feel like anyone in the creative space is, everyone's pricing's different. And, I kind of learned with my pricing, I scale it based on the value that I'm giving a company. Because at the end of the day, like, this is a business transaction, and what I give them, they will also make money off of later. And so, just kind of, I work a lot of my photography marketing strategy, and building these projects and campaigns around what kind of problems I'm solving. And so, a company comes to me and they're saying, well, hey, we have a disconnect with this demographic, or we want to target this demographic, or for some reason this product didn't do as well as we had hoped in the marketing side of things. And so it's kind of like looking for these holes between the product they're selling and their target demographic, and figuring out a way to creatively fill that space, and then scaling my pricing accordingly. Of like, if I am solving this massive problem for a company who makes tons of money, I should not be charging them the same price that I charge the mom and pop shop that I do some marketing stuff for. But I think it's always a thing that's kind of changing, and understanding the value that you're giving a company and what you're offering, not just imagery, but the problems that you're solving with that imagery is kind of where I've learned to base some pricing from.
How did you break in with the bigger brands? Do you want to name any of the brands that you've worked with?
Well, I work with Hyperlite.
Okay.
Hyperlite and Jetboil are kind of like my core. They were like my core brands on the AT and now on the CDT. And so much of it is just like networking and like, there's so many talented people out there who can shoot such creative imagery. But it kind of goes back to that thing of like, I am their target demographic. I know what their consumers are looking for and what looks realistic and relatable and what doesn't. And so that I feel like is part of that value that I include into my pricing of like, this is what I'm giving you. It's not just imagery, but it's imagery that's going to relate to who you're trying to market to.
Yeah. It's so niche that you don't have a lot of people competing with the service that you offer.
Yeah. And sometimes, that's like the flip side of it of, I worked with a paddleboard company one time and their main marketing demographic was people who live on the coast because they were based out of Australia and like ocean paddleboarding. And so I sat down with them and I was like, hey, like being in the US, because they were just opening up a distribution center in the US. And I was like, you can market to all these people on the coast. They will use your product, but living in Montana, like there are so many people who are paddleboarding on freshwater lakes that aren't on the ocean. And if they never see your product in their environment, they're never going to buy it.
Yeah.
And so, that's kind of like that problem solving mindset of like you shift and it's like, okay, I'm not just selling imagery, but this is the problem we're solving with that. And then I'm going to price it accordingly.
Sure. It sounds like you'd be, I know you're through hiking now, and it sounds like probably for the foreseeable future, but you'd be a great asset to like one of these bigger brands, not only from your photography standpoint, but like you explain that perfectly. Like if you're not representing their product in the way that the customer sees themselves, like you're just missing a massive opportunity.
Yeah. And I think it once again, it goes back to like, I'm in the outdoor space. I'm like, even whenever I'm not posting or shooting for a brand, like I'm out backpacking or I'm going to take a beer down to the river. Like I'm in these spaces and I'm seeing other people in these spaces. And so I feel like it's kind of like a cheat code of like, I know what looks real and what works and what doesn't. And so, kind of conveying that in, what works for the brand and what they're trying to accomplish and what product. And I think like, as I've kind of scaled my business too, I've also been okay with saying no to some companies of, yes, I could shoot this imagery, but the way you want it shot or how you're wanting to market this, as someone who exists in the outdoor demographic, I know that like I'm going to see that and it's going to be a red flag if that pops up on my Instagram and be like, so it's kind of one of those things too of building some confidence with that of like, being like, I don't think we're a great fit and I don't think I can give you what you need, which took me some time to get to. And definitely like there were a lot of times where just growing my business, I was so nervous to under deliver with stuff. And now just through experience, it's kind of shifted of like, I'm saying no, not because I don't think I can deliver, but because I don't think this is a good fit for what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, it's a good place to be.
It is. And not that, I do not make a lot of money, but it's kind of like, I don't know. It's just one of those of, I also know on the back end, if I were to get myself into a situation where I'm shooting something that I know my heart's not in it, or I don't feel is authentic or accurate, it's going to be a lot more work for me to do and to try to fake that. And that's just not something that I feel like in the world of marketing where everything does feel kind of gimmicky. It's like, I don't want to sell someone something just to sell it. Like, and that's kind of the brand partnerships that I've gotten to work with is like with Jetboil. Like I had a Jetboil probably like 8 or 9 years before I ever started working with them. And it lived in the back of my truck and I took it on every backpacking trip. And so it's kind of like, slow and steady of building these relationships with brands that I actually believe in and feel confident of like, I can shoot this, but also like I'm standing behind this and what you guys are doing because I believe in your product. And I think it takes some time to get there with that.
I've been hogging the cues.
No, it's okay. If you were to pick an example of an ask that has been a no for you. Are there any like entertaining ones where you've just been like, LOL?
I don't. There was a brand had reached out to do a partnership while I was on the CDT. And it was kind of this thing of they were going to send a product. It was a clothing brand, and they were going to send a product, and I was like, great. They wanted some very like authentic, kind of like intense content for this campaign that they were building. And I was like thinking back through all of my AT videos and like all the downpours and like the wind and just like all of those kind of crazy experiences you have on trail when it comes to the weather. And I was like, this would be great. This would be like an awesome fit because I know the CDT is going to be insane. And so anyway, we kind of like go back and forth. And then long story short, it was kind of like they needed me to be head to toe in this brand. And I was like, oh, well, so like, are we talking like, because I had mentioned something, they had sent a gear list and I had like made some selections and they were like, you don't want to make any more, like you don't want any more products. And I was like, well, no, like I have to carry everything. And like, I want to actually use what you're sending me. I don't want it to just be extra in my backpack. And then they were like, oh, well, if your backpack's not this brand, like the backpack can't be in the video or the shoes can't be in the video. And then I was like, kind of like, oh, so it kind of like I had to take a step back of like, your backpack and shoes are kind of a thru-hiker's like top two, I would say, like main pieces of gear that you just have to figure out what works for you. And so it kind of went into that side of talking with the agency of like, these people haven't thru-hiked. They haven't had an experience based on what they're telling me of how a thru-hike works, and wanting me to just change all of this gear on the fly to be able to incorporate their product. And so that was kind of like, it would have been a really cool experience in a different setting. And so that was kind of one of those of like, you know, once I'm done with the trail, I'm backpacking back in Montana this fall, like for sure, like we can rip it then, but like I can't do that on the CDT because I have to carry everything with me.
Yeah.
And so then it's kind of like, that's one of those kind of red flags in my head of like, oh, do these people exist in this demographic that they're wanting me to promote? And what does that look like moving forward? And how much work does that take for me while I'm out on trail? Because I feel like, you know, hiking itself is a full-time job, and then you add on work on top of that. And it's kind of, yeah, I feel like that's just kind of one of those places that you have to be a little picky with.
Yeah. I don't want to talk all photography and business, but I think two relevant questions for anyone listening that wants to break into the space is, you mentioned you did not go to school for this.
Correct.
Did you go to college?
I did.
For what for?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Parks and Rec Management.
Okay.
And I have a Bachelor's of Arts in Spanish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not even remotely related.
Not remotely close. Not even marketing. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So being self-taught, how did you self-teach?
I feel like some like YouTube videos, but it was really just getting out there and shooting. And it's such a trial and error of, you know, you go out, you shoot a scene and you're stoked about it and you get it back to edit and you're like, oh my gosh, this is out of focus. Or, you know, this part is blurry and I don't know why, or the shadows or the highlights are blown out and I didn't catch that whenever it was like in the camera body. And so you kind of, it's one of those things of like, after you do it once and you're kind of a little scarred from it, then you're like extra, almost hyper aware of it. And so I feel like it's kind of like a muscle of like, you go out on a shoot, you do a shoot, you might see something in post that you don't like, or that you wish you would have done differently. And then the next shoot you go out on, that's in the back of your mind of like, okay, this was what I did wrong the last time. And I'm going to change something this time to make sure I don't do that. But it is such a trial and error of just get out there and shoot a bunch of photos. And, you know, I shot 3 or 4 years before ever even thinking about doing any kind of brand work or being paid for any kind of imagery. And so I was just doing it for fun and because I loved it. And you just kind of learn those little things in between.
Yeah.
I feel like with, like, on trail, especially when people start to get the kind of traction where brands will reach out to ask, for those types of exchanges, especially early on. A lot of the offers aren't monetary. It's like, hey, I'll give you this piece of gear, exciting, you get it for free, and you give me back all these things. Having gone through what you went through, are there tips that you wish you knew from the jump that would be helpful to someone that finds themselves in your shoes?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. I think not. I think just going back to understanding the kind of value that you're giving a brand. Sometimes it is just like, hey, post this on your story or tag us if you whenever you post in this kind of product, whatever. I think it's different for everyone, and I think it's different for, depending on how big of a following you have. I kind of go back to now being like from the business side of photography, as well as like dipping my toes in kind of like the influencer social media stuff. It really is like how much value you're giving that brand. Because the social media stuff is more of like they're wanting you to post because your following is their demographic that they want, right? And so ultimately that's going to make them money. That's the point of this. And so I think it's just kind of like looking out for each other too, of like, I've got a few friends who are much bigger influencers than me. And it's like, if I get a message from a brand and they kind of lay out these guidelines or requirements for a partnership, and then I'm asking them like, hey, what do you think about this? Or like, what would you do in this situation? Or is this fair? Because there's also some brands, unfortunately, out there that are trying to kind of go after the people that are up and coming, but don't quite have that base yet. And so it's like, oh, maybe we can get them to give us more that someone with a larger following wouldn't.
That's kind of what I was thinking, because you mentioned, like, in your response, it's about the value, right?
Yeah.
But if you're new to it, how do you quantify the value?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that's just kind of like, one, being in community of other people, of just being like getting an outside perspective of like, hey, what would you do here? Should I charge for this? Should I say no or yes to this? And that's not always like as concrete as it sounds, which I think social media, once again, I feel like social media is so funny, and it's just like such a stupid thing that like, anyway, so I take it very unseriously in a lot of aspects. And so even like reaching out to people that maybe you just follow each other and you don't know each other in real life, and you're like, hey, I have a question about this. And I feel like 99% of the time, other creatives and people in the brand space are more than willing to share any kind of experience they have. And especially like in the outdoor creative sector, like everyone's so laid back. Everyone's kind of just a little dirtbaggy. Like it's less professional within a community, which is nice, because you can just be like, I know we don't know each other, but like, could you give me some feedback on this? Or like, what would you do in this situation? And most of the time people will have some form of a response that is beneficial for you or helpful with moving forward. And I think sometimes like you are just going to get burnt, unfortunately, of like, it's a guessing game sometimes, and pricing and how much value you give and learning how to scale that. I took in 2021, I think it was, I took a creative entrepreneurship course. And so that kind of laid a lot of foundation for building a business. And so even just like invoicing or how to talk to clients, or like you get on a call and like, what is that? What are you supposed to talk about? Like, yeah, you want to shoot photos, but like, what are you doing? And so like, and from that, I met a lot of people who are also in the creative and brand space, and even like the crossover between, I have friends in the wedding photography space that I'll like send messages to and be like, hey, what would you guys do here? Or like, from your perspective as someone who's making money in the photography industry, like, what would you do here, just to have an outside perspective? And so I think it's really just kind of like talking to people and asking, and sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. And yeah.
I think your point of being aware of the value that you bring to a company is the most important one, because we've gotten pitches from very talented photographers for a rate that's like, it'd be twice the margin if we sold through all of the hats that we get, for instance. Like our store is a very small thing compared to like Hyperlite or whatever it might be. And in that case, like, you know, the rate is correct. It's just like we're not the right partner for them because we don't have the system in place to move merchandise like some of these other brands. So it's being aware of like the brand that you're working with and the value that you're providing.
And I also think, you know, it's not always that like the brand is bad or the creative is bad. Like sometimes it's just not a good fit. And whenever you kind of learn to not diminish yourself, if a brand partnership doesn't work out, it doesn't mean that your imagery is poor, and it doesn't mean that what you're giving them is bad. Sometimes it's just not a good fit. And that kind of goes back to me saying no sometimes to some brands of like, I don't think I can give you what you want. It doesn't mean that the imagery is going to be bad or poor quality or inauthentic, but like, I don't think based off what you're wanting, I don't think I'm the right person for that.
Sure.
But yeah, once again, it takes trial and error, and sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. And that's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah. Sometimes the product's just not very good. We've learned that. We've gotten some amazing photos and like it just doesn't sell because people don't like the thing. So it definitely don't take that personally as a photographer. I mean, I guess they wouldn't know, but maybe that's more at the business owner side.
I was gonna say we've had some things where it's just been too expensive.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's a great product. It's just too expensive.
Yeah. It's tough. Like, you know, we're not going out and sourcing the original product in China or Vietnam like some of these companies are. It's a very different ballgame. But
taking things back to trail.
Yes, definitely.
It's just a fun segue to get there. You mentioned that when you got to like the Whites and North on the trail, you had grown enough of a following where people started to recognize you, and that was uncomfortable. Yeah. What is your funniest interaction that you had?
It was probably in the Whites, and Jamie and I were up kind of near like just before Mount Washington, and we were like finishing out the day. We were talking a lot about the CDT, and she was just saying of like, you know, there's so many evenings on the CDT where you're finishing a 25-30 mile day, and you're up high on this ridge line, and you pop in both your headphones, and it's just like you're on top of the world kind of deal. Meanwhile, we were hiking like 11, 12 miles through the Whites at the time, so it was just kind of like we had reached this point in the evening where she was like, here, I'm just going to put on my like CDT Ridge Walk song from the previous year, and you're going to have this moment up here like high up in the Whites. And
what was the song?
Oh, gosh, I couldn't tell you. I can figure it out, but I don't even know if I had heard it before, but anyway, and I had put both headphones in. She was hiking behind me. I was like going along, having my moment, like loud music, can't hear anything. And we're passing some day hikers, and they like, I kind of see them like stop, and they kind of like looking at me, but I'm like, okay, we're like stinky and we're having these big packs, and like there's so many day hikers in the Whites, like you're always having conversations about what you're doing. And so I like didn't think anything of it, and just like they had stepped off the trail, I kept cruising in my own world. And whenever the song finished, I like took out my earplugs and gave them back to Jamie. She was like, yeah, like, did you not hear the two girls? And I was like, no, sis, like I was in my own world. And they were like, one of them apparently was like, oh my gosh, that's like the guy from Instagram. And then they like tried to say hey to me, but I had like already was like halfway by them, didn't see.
You were
like
just so much better than them.
No. I was in my own world. And anyway, so it was just, I was like, I felt so bad because I was like, I just completely ignored some people who, anyway, but I actually saw one of those girls. She was like working at one of the huts that I went into further down the trail in the Whites. And she was like, oh yeah, you passed us the other day, and like you had your headphones in, and we tried to say hey. And so anyway, it was just kind of like a full circle moment of like, I was like, I'm so sorry. I had no clue. I was in my own world. But yeah, they were kind of just like those one-off interactions of people usually, and I've never had any kind of negative interaction with people, which has been great, but it is always just like kind of taken aback of like, this is so weird. Like I just post stupid videos on Instagram and TikTok, and now we're here. So yeah.
So how did you get into backpacking, through hiking?
So I grew up in North Carolina, in Western North Carolina. So the Appalachian Trail was essentially in my backyard. And so
have you been to Raleigh?
I
We
have
talked
been
about this pre-show.
Yeah, I have been to Raleigh only a handful of times though.
Okay.
So that makes one of us.
Yeah. And so yeah, I grew up in a pretty outdoorsy family, and we went on a few family backpacking trips. My two sisters are not really into backpacking after those trips, and I was the one that kind of like ended up enjoying it the most. And so through like middle school, I remember specifically my mom would pull me out of school for like a week, and we would go and do a section of the AT. And so we like went and did the Smokies and up in the Shenandoahs, and like we would essentially just take time a week at a time, and probably like 1 or 2 trips a year. And so over the course of, I don't know, 5 or 6 years up into high school, we would do these trips, and hiked a little over 600 miles, I think, of it together, which was cool.
When you're a middle school / high schooler, is it cool to get to do this because you're missing a week of school, or is it lame to do this because you're with your mom?
I never, which this is not scripted, I'd never thought it was lame to be with my mom, which I mainly think just because like she enjoyed backpacking so much that it was just kind of like, oh, I get to go and I get to do this cool thing. Like, yes, I get to skip school, but my mom and I are very similar, and we get along very well, very similar personalities. And so it was just kind of like this very natural feeling to get to go out and to do these things. And we were hiking the same pace and same mileage and that kind of thing. And so, I have all of these like old photos that I had taken initially, which maybe this was the entry to photography, but from my like Fujifilm Walmart camera that I had saved up birthday money for. And it was a digital camera, and I have like all of these old photos from us on the AT, which is so fun now to like be in the photography space, to have thru-hiked the AT, and like look back at like some of these photos that I took while I was in middle school of my mom and I. And then just to be able to like revisit those photos at those different sections on the AT. Mm-hmm.
For context, how old are you?
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
28. I was like in middle school. I was like,
it's a big sigh.
I was like, I don't know how old are middle
30.
schoolers.
40. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah. So a lot of reminiscing through hiking this time around.
Yeah.
Did your mom come out and hike with you?
So she started on Springer with me, which was really cool. She drove me down, and we like hiked up to Springer together, which was just kind of, like a full circle moment. And
up the stairs or the backtrack?
The backtrack. Well, just like the parking lot that's like a mile up, a mile back. If anyone asks about Immaqualola, I cannot say.
I didn't do it either. You're
okay.
fine. Yeah. All the greats.
This is a safe space. So.
Excuse me. I did it.
Yeah. No.
And then so she lives like kind of outside of Asheville, and so she was able, there was a few different points where she would come out in the evenings and like meet us at a Gap, or she came out for dinner in Hot Springs, and we got to eat dinner and before I hiked out of town. So that was kind of cool, and just kind of like a full circle moment of both of us being out there and being on the Appalachian Trail in a place that we had spent so much time, and even just like going back for trail days in Damascus. Like we had done that section through Damascus together, and so she wasn't able to join for trail days, but just like being back in Damascus brought up a lot of cool memories and fond memories on the AT.
Do you realize you're in rare company having at least your mom on board with your thru hike? Like usually that's a pretty tough sell for someone.
Yeah. My mom, there was never like any kind of negative or like, are you sure you want to do this? It was always like 100% support from the get-go. And just like such a cool thing of like, we had a good family friend of ours that had thru-hiked the AT. And when he was thru hiking, we had put up a map in our house and tracked him as he went solo, and just kind of as he went down, and anytime he would check in, we would like mark further down the trail. And so it was kind of, I don't know, just a really cool, like it was so much of my childhood and backpacking and being on the AT that it was kind of less of a if I would thru hike the AT, more of a when. And so I think my mom was kind of, she always knew that at some point it was going to happen. So
So you're 28 now, so that means 27.
Yeah.
What was the career gap, or like what was the opportunity that's made last year the year?
Yeah. I'd kind of found myself in a situation where I was doing quite a bit of photography. I worked for myself and had a super flexible schedule. I had established some relationships with some brands that I could potentially continue to work with on the AT. And it just kind of felt like it was one of those of like in college, I thought about doing it. After college, just after graduating, I thought about thru-hiking, and it was kind of one of those of like it just feels right. It feels like the right time to do this. And understanding and recognizing like so many people kind of blow up their lives in order to be able to do something like this. And I had a lease that was ending and flexibility with my job. And so it was just kind of one of those of like things lined up. And I kind of I started kind of putting feelers out like the Christmas before. And I was like, yeah, I'm thinking about maybe doing the AT this upcoming summer. And then it was, people would ask of like, oh yeah, well, like, are you still doing that? And I'd be like, well, I'm like 50% convinced. And then I kind of like, every time I talked to someone, that percentage just moved up and up and up. And I kind of got to the point of like 85%. And I was kind of got stuck there for a bit. And I kind of realized, as someone who can be an overthinker and loves to kind of like have things planned out or just like understand what I'm getting myself into, that 85% was kind of that's the most convinced I would have ever be to do something like this. Yeah. And it was like it was safe enough of like, being 85% in on something feels like pretty confident in your ability to do something. And it doesn't exclude, like, there's, the other 15% of unknown and of the chances of something going wrong or you not finishing or all that kind of stuff. But I kind of realized that was the point that I just kind of had to take that leap. And there were so many things that fell into place that felt right, that once I got to that 85% mark, I was like, I don't have enough bad reasons to not do this. Like, the good reasons outweigh so much, and I'm just going to have to figure out the other 15% along the way, and that's okay. I don't think it makes that decision any easier, but it puts it in a very logical way that my brain can kind of digest it in a way that feels safe, but also like scary and like the unknown. And even just like having hiked and backpacked a lot already, it's kind of like that almost imposter syndrome of yes, I know what I'm doing and I have experience doing this, but like this is to a whole different level and a whole different scale and a whole different commitment. And so
that's interesting, because you don't seem like someone afflicted with imposter syndrome. And you seem to know your value from the 30 to 60 minutes prior.
I think after I turned 25 and my frontal lobe fully developed, some of that kind of settled, and I've gained some confidence in that. But yeah, it's and maybe that's part of it, is just like working in the creative brand space and in the photography space of, seeing all these other incredible artists put out really beautiful imagery. And sometimes feeling like I do not match up in any capacity to that, or who the brands they're getting to work with, like the level that they're creating at is not the same level I'm at. And so, yeah, I think it just kind of like takes time. And I think I've built some confidence as you guys know, of like, you come out of a thru hike and you do have kind of this different sense of confidence that's not built in arrogance, but it's built in like dedication to completing something and that long haul experience. And, that translates into so many different aspects of life.
So having so much experience before landing on the AT, did you have any early fuck ups? Like, was there any sort of learning curve, or pretty smooth?
Gosh.
Well, like when he says gosh.
The day I started on Springer was complete downpour, and continued for the first like 48 hours on trail, like nonstop. Just soaking wet everything.
Welcome to the AT.
Literally, baptism by fire. And after that 48 hours ended, I had met the two guys that I hiked most of the trail with at that point, and we were like, it can only go up from here. Like, this is crazy. But the first night I set up my tent, the like tent pads were just like packed dirt, and it like splattered. I think I've made a video of it somewhere, but it just like splattered, and the whole like mesh of my tent was covered in dirt. There was dirt inside my tent, and now it's just like mud is kind of everywhere. And so I think
Was
it's
your
like
tent new?
it was not new.
Okay.
No, I had it for a season already.
All right. That makes it more fun if you take out your brand new tent and just instantly it's just a mud bath.
Yeah. So I think it was just kind of like little things like that of like understanding, okay, like if it is pouring, like maybe don't set up on the dirt patch that's like eventually going to turn into a bowl of mud. Like just like I think little things like that you can learn on weekend trips or week trips, but until you're like in it every single day, because then it's like, okay, my tent gets dirty tonight, then I'm gonna have to deal with it in the morning, and then I'm gonna have to dry it out and then rinse it off. It's just kind of like you understand what it's gonna take to get things back to square one.
Yeah.
And it's just stuff that you can't learn, I feel like, until you're out there doing it.
Sure.
We often hear the debate between section hiking versus thru hiking. And rarely do we get someone who has done both on the same trail in the quantities you've done. So with about 600 miles of section hiking on the AT under your belt and a thru hike of the AT under your belt, can you give the pros and cons of each objectively?
Yeah.
With that, because yes, we've heard the pros and cons, but from that background,
Yeah.
right? Like you've done both, so you got to know that like there's good in each and there's bad in each.
Yeah, for sure. I think with thru hiking, it's just like the mindset is so different of like even just like hiking in the rain or like shitty weather. It's like you don't really, your endpoint isn't in view. So it's like even days that like you come out of town and it's raining and you have to get back on trail, it's like, yeah, you could wait a day, but like it could be raining the next day and like you're gonna have to hike in it anyway. And so I think that sometimes the like mentality with poor weather of a section hike is almost more difficult, because it's like, oh, I know in 3 days I'm gonna have a hot shower and be back in my bed and not have to be out here. And so then it's kind of like you're working towards that goal, versus like a thru hike, you're like, the end is so far away, like I'm just trying to make it through the day or whatever it might be. I think with section hiking, you know, you just have so much more time to like be at camp and to be like take time at overlooks or like an extra long lunch or a nap in the afternoon, versus like thru hiking, it's just kind of like go. Like you had to have this rhythm and you have these miles to make, and not that you can't enjoy those miles, but it's like you've got, you know, deadlines or a town to be in, or you might be meeting up with someone or whatever it might be, and so you kind of have to push these miles. And it's probably my one qualm with thru hiking of like, I just want to lay in my tent in the morning. Like if the sun's out, like I don't want to get up and hike, or like I'm laying in the sun in the afternoon, like at lunch, like I just want to take a nap. But it's like, no, I have, you know, 15 more miles to do, and I don't want to be hiking in the dark. And so, yeah, I think it's, you know, it's especially like if you're getting into backpacking, you know, more than just an overnight is a great introduction to what it feels like to be on trail for multiple days without the commitment of like, okay, I'm coming out here for 4, 5, 6 months and I'm living outside. And I think that was like one of the things that shocked me the most on the AT was how many people hadn't spent more than 3 nights outside before. And even just like in my head, I'm thinking, okay, like the cost of gear, the cost of this thru hike, the cost to get here, like the commitment, the jumping off point for them feels like a lot more intense than it did for me. And so it's kind of like, yeah, the section hiking is such a great introduction to figuring out your gear. And even if you like being on trail for multiple days, like I kind of, I don't know, like at the end of the day, like if being on trail for more than 2 days, 3 days, like isn't fun for you, that's okay. Like you don't have to go and do this crazy thru hike in order to enjoy backpacking. And it's just such a thing, like I think across the board of like getting into backpacking, section hiking, through hiking, of there's like all of these specifics that people have, and it just gets so overwhelming for people who have never done it before of how to get into it. And I think really what it comes down to it's just those people's expectations of what they want their through hike or their section hike to be, and intermittently get put on other people of like, oh, well, I'm doing this many miles a day, or I have this backpack, or I have this piece of gear, whatever. I'm doing a through hike, or I'm just doing a section hike. Like it's everyone does it differently. And I think like, going out for a section hike is so different than going out for a through hike. And that's okay if you like one and not the other. Jamie mentioned one time, she's like, after you do a through hike, like all other small backpacking trips are going to be ruined because you just like have that mindset of like get up and go. And I knew she wasn't lying, but it kind of like hit me in full force of I did a backpacking trip after I finished the AT, like a couple weeks after, and it was just like a 2-day thing. And I was like up at 6:30, like tent pretty much packed up,
tweaking,
like literally. And then I was like, like I don't have to be like this, like go. And so yeah, it was kind of like this tweaking out of like, I'm like so wired at that point to be on this system that it's like, take a breath, take a beat, like. You and your friends don't have to be pushing everything.
They all wake up and your shoes are laced and
No,
you're sitting there just like jittering.
I'm like, please, I need you guys to back up. Let's go. And we have like 3 miles to do that day. Anyway, yeah.
Speaking of the experience not needing to be the same for everyone, I've got a note here about you use an unconventional sleeping pad for the better part of a month on the AT.
Oh my gosh, yes. Did this note come from Jamie?
I think this one came from your Instagram.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had like a whole situation where I had a sleeping pad that got a hole in it. I had ordered a new one, and then it was the tale as old as time, didn't get to the tiny post office. I think this was in like Port Clinton in Connecticut. Didn't get there in time, bumped it. I slept on the ground. I slept blowing up my sleeping pad for like 6 or 7 times in the middle of the night. I slept on a pool floaty eventually that I got at Walmart.
How long were you on the pool floaty for?
The pool floaty lasted about 4 days,
yeah.
And then it got holes in it, and then I was
Okay.
patching those holes.
Was that comfy while it lasted?
Honestly, it was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Because it was one of those with the built-in pillow.
Yeah.
So it was like the like bed lounger from Walmart. That was
Sure.
legit $3, I think.
Was it like a fun animal or anything?
No, it was just blue.
Yeah.
And yeah, because I was like, it was also raining so much, and at that point my tent wasn't really waterproof on the ground anymore, and so I was like, I cannot just be sleeping like in a damp tent. So yeah, slept on the pool floaty. It got holes in it. Had to get rid of the pool floaty. Slept on the ground some more. I ended up with this like accordion pad from Walmart. After I think it was the 3rd or 4th bump from the post office, took a 0 in town. It was in Delaware Water Gap. We ended up taking a 0 because it wasn't there, because we were like, maybe it'll come tomorrow. Didn't come that day.
I'm surprised you didn't give up hope on it. This was 3.5 weeks?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. And so, with those like small post offices too, you're like, can you just bump this up? And they're like, well, maybe, if it ever gets here. And so, yeah, eventually I was able to get my new sleeping pad in. It was like the best, most luxurious addition to my backpacking setup.
Was it the same sleeping pad, or did you?
No, it was a different pad.
You went from what to what?
I went from a Climate.
Okay.
I don't remember the name. It was the orange one.
Okay.
To a Thermarest.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I was very grateful to get that under wraps. And I think that was also like happening at the entire, like during the time I was figuring out I actually got Lyme.
I was gonna ask about that.
Yeah. So that was kind of like the like everything happening in the same go.
I'm sure being sleep deprived does not help your immune system in that circumstance.
Yeah, it's not a great problem to have whenever you're also trying to fight off Lyme. So,
did you find the tick?
No. So I never found the tick. I never had any kind of bullseye from a bite. And
Are you wearing shorts? What's your clothing system?
Yeah, I'm wearing shorts. I am wearing like gaiters over my socks. But yeah, shorts, short sleeve button up shirt, and yeah, that was kind of it. But I never, we had found ticks on us, a few ticks like a day at one point, but never anything that was like, I never found a bite or anything attached. And so it was kind of one of those things of all of my symptoms were essentially like kind of at the same time that you might experience similar things from a thru hike. So like
Totally.
really crazy, like exhaustion, some fatigue. I wasn't super hungry, and I was like, oh, this is just because I've been eating the same thing for like 3.5 months now. Like, so there were like kind of these things. I did really, the main kind of telltale sign for me was a fever and night sweats. And it kind of got to a point where I was just like so miserable, and like I was so exhausted that there was one day that I literally just like pulled off at a shelter and took a nap, like slept for an hour just on the wooden planks.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it took a bit to figure out actually like, oh, like I need to go get tested for Lyme.
I went through almost the exact same thing. And in my case, I actually did assume it was Lyme. I got tested twice for it.
Whoa.
It turned out to be West Nile virus. But
Holy smokes.
I still think West Nile virus sucks.
Yeah.
I would still probably take it over Lyme disease, knowing like how badly Lyme disease can progress for some people.
Yeah.
So how bad did it get for you?
So thankfully, like it didn't. I mean, like long term, it's not something that I'm still really feeling the effects from, which I'm very grateful for.
Yeah.
I got into town. I got tested, and they'll start you on the doxycycline before your results come back. But you won't feel any kind of benefit from that antibiotic for like 4 or 5 days.
Okay.
So then it was kind of like this thing of like, do I keep hiking? Do I take time off? Like, what do I need to do here?
What did you do?
I got I got tested in Rutland, Vermont, with the Yellow Deli, and so I ended up spending
the Colts testing you for Lyme disease.
Literally 4 days in the vortex of the Yellow Deli, and because it was kind of at that point I was like, I am not really backpacking anymore. Like I'm literally just trying to survive each day. If I wake up and I feel awful, and then I feel awful all day long, and I'm just trying to get to camp to lay down. And so it was kind of a conversation at that point with myself of like, is this worth staying out here? Because I didn't know at that point if I had Lyme or not. And so, is it worth staying out here, or do I get off trail and like try to figure this out? Like it kind of got to that point. And thankfully Rutland, as interesting as that town is, it's where I did start taking my antibiotics, and I started feeling way better. Because I think...
Did you get the test result pretty instantly?
It was honestly a whole thing. No. So it took like a week to get the results back.
Did you start the antibiotic right away?
I did. I started the antibiotic. I took...
That's a good
doctor. 3 more days after that off in Rutland. Jamie and the 2 guys I was hiking with, they headed out of town. And the goal was to catch them kind of before the whites. Obviously, there was the possibility of like, if I were to get off trail or stay longer, like I'm going to have to go through the whites alone. But it was also one of those of like, I've heard about the whites. I've never hiked in the whites. And if I'm feeling this shitty, like I do not want to be hiking in the whites.
That's the wrong place to be feeling like a bag of dicks.
Yeah. And so anyway, I thankfully, started feeling a lot better. And it was kind of like once the antibiotic really kicked in, it was like, oh, I've been hiking at 50%, like for the last like 3.5 weeks. Like it's like that's how bad I felt. And so I caught up with Jamie in Hanover, so a couple days out of Rutland, and then
So how long did it take for you to feel back to yourself?
Probably like a week or so once
Okay.
I like started the antibiotics.
Yeah.
And yeah, I
You had a
was
fortunate case of it because some people can take the full course and like not recover fully,
Yeah.
and it can
Yeah,
linger.
yeah.
Especially because I think false negatives in the early stage of Lyme disease is pretty high too.
Huh.
So the fact that yours even flagged positive is
Yeah.
another lucky thing. Like,
Yeah.
getting Lyme disease is bad luck, but there's other narrow rabbit
For
holes
sure.
within there where some of that was pretty lucky.
For sure. Well, and I also learned that like Lyme disease is essentially a collection of results that yield a positive or negative. It's not just one test. And I had started my doxycycline, gotten back on trail, had gotten into the whites before I ever got a call about my test results. And I got my results back and I'm like looking at them. There's like 3 pages of results and I can't read these because I don't know any of this lingo. And so I call the urgent care back at like this high point in the whites when I have service. And I'm like,
What the fuck does this mean?
no, literally. I'm like, can someone read this? Like, can this doctor that prescribed like the doxycycline like interpret this for me?
It is crazy they just send you that test result with no
No,
explanation.
literally.
Being like, good luck, guy.
And then they were like, well, like the doctor's like busy right now, but they could call you like sometime tomorrow. Do you have like a time that works for you? And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to have service at 3 p.m. tomorrow, guys. Like this is, and so essentially it was just kind of like the main concern with that is the way as it was explained to me is that essentially if one of those test results had have come back positive, it would have indicated this certain strand of Lyme that would require a different antibiotic than doxycycline.
Interesting.
And so, which they told me, they were like, yeah, you would have to start that because the doxycycline's not going to touch that strand. And so, but they didn't tell me which result I'm looking out for.
Yeah.
And so anyway, then that was kind of like the main concern of like, is the doxycycline what I need to be on based off of these test results? And so long story short, I never got a call from a doctor. I never got the results read, but I was feeling so much better that I was like, okay, the doxycycline's kicking in, it's working. And then I'm just going to do a follow-up with my primary once I get done with the trail. Because at that point, you know, you're almost into Maine. And then, and I'll just cross my fingers and hope I don't have the long haul of it.
I feel like if your body can handle 15 miles per day through the whites, like that's a pretty good indication. But that's scary. I know people love to hate on AI, but that's one circumstance where I'd be very grateful to have AI interpret this like nonsense medical jargon for me. Because, to your point, if you don't even know if you're taking the right antibiotic, just getting some sort of direction from something would be relieving.
Well, and it was crazy too. There were, I think, 3 other hikers that I had met with and hiked for a period of time, who ended up testing positive for Lyme that season as well. And I essentially just like sent all my information because one of the guys was literally getting into Rutland and he was like, what are your symptoms? Where did you get tested? And I was like, go here. You want this test. These are my symptoms, like blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, it was crazy. It seemed, I don't know if that's normal. I mean, I grew up on the East Coast, but like, and we knew about ticks, but it wasn't like something you were afraid of or like something that you were like crazy concerned with of like, I'm not going to run through that field or I'm not going to go like play in the woods because of ticks. Like
I used to play in people's compost piles.
Yeah.
You know, I remember my parents pulling ticks off me and like putting them in like the film canisters from the old cameras and like mailing them somewhere. Like that's kind of crazy that you guys are doing that.
It's a Santa Claus movie or something.
Yeah.
But it was never enough of a thing where it was like compelling enough to keep me out of the compost posts.
Yeah. No, I am famously paranoid. I'm the person that you're describing that doesn't exist.
Even as a kid?
No. I didn't know about it until the AT.
Because as a kid, I'd scuba dive in leaf piles.
Yeah, I didn't even know ticks were a scary thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And I did find some on just outside of Creed on the CDT that I like set my backpack down to like take off a layer. And it was like pretty grassy, like one of the first times in sections that I'd been out of snow since getting into Colorado. And I like put my backpack back on and I was like, felt something crawling and I looked down and I had 3 different ticks on my legs.
Whoa.
And then I found one, like it fell out of my jacket in my tent later that night. And then I found one like the next day or like 2 days later whenever I was like up high again and like in snow. And I like saw it and it was like barely moving. And I was like, this is what you get for hitching a ride up to the high alpine.
When you find that many ticks on you, are you having a friend check your butthole?
Well, there's no one else out there with me, so it's just me and.
Did you check your butthole with a flash, like with a camera?
No, I didn't. Wow. So
Are
maybe.
you offering right now?
No, I'm not offering. I'm just saying, like I showed you how I check, and I didn't find any ticks. No, I found like one or two, but not on the butthole.
We are gonna have to call that the Chance method. We're gonna have to start planting your legacy.
Common sense. They say to check everywhere.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if there's no name for the method, that's fertile ground.
Apparently, they like it there. That's what I've heard.
Well, I'm
Fine.
just
Well,
gonna cross my
let
fingers.
that be how I'm remembered. But the ones in Colorado aren't as scary, right? Because they don't carry Lyme.
Yeah, but they carry the fever, right?
There's other bacteria. It's, in my opinion, less scary, but not scary.
Nothing
Yeah.
that makes you not eat red meat, though.
I think alpha gal does exist out here.
Really?
I think
Oh,
that's from
gosh.
Rocky Mountain.
That might be my worst.
Fear?
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
like, okay, she's had a soft life, but I am like that would really put a wrench in things.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely much more like hyper aware now of like if I feel something on my legs, and just like after being on the AT, and then
You can imagine being the person that goes to a steakhouse and gets like the sea bass.
nope. It could
There's
be
a person
me.
that does that.
It could be me.
It could.
I mean, I'm gonna knock on wood. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really scary.
Yeah.
No good.
I
I'm
know.
looking this up.
Well, I feel like the other, like the fever one too. Which one did you had? Spotted Mountain fever?
I had West Nile virus, so
Oh,
mosquito.
just kidding.
Yeah,
Never mind.
yeah.
Well, I've heard the whatever the ones out here carry. I think it like comes on a lot faster. Like it's almost like this like the incubation period or whatever is like you kind of get hit and you feel like everything all in one go, versus mine kind of like slowly came on through these different like symptoms, versus like you just like one day you feel fine and the next day you feel like you're dying.
Yeah. Most common tick-borne illness out here is Colorado tick fever, which I've never heard of. Key symptoms, flu-like symptoms including fever, chills, severe headaches, and muscle aches. It has a biphasic pattern. About half of infected individuals experience a distinct biphasic fever, meaning they feel sick for a few days, recover completely for a short period, and then suffer a second wave of fever and symptoms.
Oh my gosh.
The second most common is tick-borne relapsing fever. This bacterial infection is the same, blah, blah, blah. Transmitted by soft ticks, high fevers, joint pain, muscle aches. Similar to CTF, it features a telltale pattern where a high fever lasts about 3 days, clears up. So it sounds really similar.
So a fever, if you get the chills,
If you get bad, good, and then bad again, go to the doctor. 'cause
Okay.
That's maybe
that'll be
something
good to know when as I move further north.
Yeah.
and really enter tick territory.
Yeah, but ticks are all the rage right now.
I'm gonna give us a little swerve because it's my last in studio day and I can do what I want.
Yep.
And I'm also being very self-serving with questions that I like to listen to answers to. Do you have any fun trail hookup stories?
I do not. I feel like I'm kind of like on the trail. It's just one of those of like I feel so dirty all the time.
You've
Like
never hooked
physically
up with
dirty.
someone on trail?
No,
Ever?
no.
Wow.
Sorry to
Would
be
you?
a downer for your last episode.
I know, that's like the worst thing ever.
I feel like mainly probably because I'm just so tired all the time. Like I'm literally just going to get in my tent and I'm going to go to sleep. But I feel like an 80-year-old man
Well,
on
yeah.
trail. So
Okay, well, we can just
sorry.
cut that.
Sorry to be a disappointment
No,
for
it's
your big
fine.
question on your
It's
last
fine. It was
day.
only the last time I can ask that in studio. I didn't want a good story there.
Gosh.
Oh gosh. I love when you say gosh.
You have to drink every time he does.
Okay, fine. But then you have to drink every time I cry. I've thrown 4
Real
tissues on the
tears.
floor. What do you mean real tears? What other tears have I cried?
You're so good at trying to screw me over that I feel like you could fabricate tears
This on my last day in
Yeah.
studio, you're going to accuse me of faking tears?
to get me. Yeah.
Okay, well, I would.
Wait, can
I
you?
know.
Yeah, can you cry on demand?
On demand?
What do you think about?
I don't
Bills
think about
losing 4
anything
Super Bowls in a row?
specific, but like I hesitate to say no because growing up, like if I was pissed off at my brother, tears were shedding. And like he did something, you know, I don't know what it was, and like he probably didn't, but like your girl could cry. I haven't had to utilize that in life as an adult because typically people don't respond to that the same way.
But I love that though. Is like people just get uncomfortable. Like if you needed to get out of any situation,
Yeah.
and you could just cry just to make people uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Get
but
out
I,
of
like-
free card.
Yeah.
I can't do that in a work meeting,
Well,
you know.
Have you tried?
I mean, technically not. I guess you're not wrong. Yeah, cool. It's a fine. I didn't want to know. When's the last time you cried?
Is it bad that I don't know? I wanted to cry like whenever I first got into Colorado, but I was like, once again, too tired to cry, and like also like my tears are just gonna probably freeze.
Caleb's too tired to emit liquids of any kind.
No, literally.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Last AT question, and this one comes specifically from Rachel. Are you obsessed with hot dogs? Your Instagram captions frequently mention them.
Yes, I love a good hot dog.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of that like trashy side of things of like a gas station hot dog or a gas station corn dog might be the like bottom of the totem pole for a lot of people. Look, it's happening right now.
A gas station corn dog is the top of my totem pole.
Okay, that's good. I thought this was going the other direction.
No,
I got a little nervous.
Like if someone's looking, I won't.
No.
But if no one's looking, top of the totem pole.
Yeah. Well, and I feel like that's just kind of like people are like, oh, you're gonna get something from the gas station, but I feel like it's just like
it depends on what you eat. Like if I get like one of those fruit trays with the fresh fruit, probably yeah.
Yeah.
But a corn dog's not real food.
Yeah.
That is not. You cannot look at that and tell me that there is any actual food in that.
Exactly.
And so
if the corn dog's the top of your totem pole, you might be a hiker trash.
Maybe. but I'm saying like like they have the salad aisle where there's like 2 boiled eggs in a tin. I'm not trusting that.
No,
give me the corn dog.
Yeah. I do. One of my favorite trail magics from the AT was we came up, this guy was like sitting, I don't even know if there was like a parking lot nearby, but he had this cooler, and literally on the top of the cooler there was just a sign that said hot dogs, and he had like pre-made and wrapped all of these hot dogs and had like 2 camp chairs like set up just like on the side of the trail. And I was like, this is what actual dreams are made of, is you walking down in the middle of the woods coming across trail magic, one, but the trail magic being hot dogs is like the best thing that could possibly happen.
Yeah. No, I've had a resurgence recently with hot dogs. This happens to me every summer where like I go several months without a hot dog and then I have one and it's like
the best hot dog
borderline
ever.
Orgasm. It was Memorial Day weekend and we just grilled up some big ballpark dogs and fuck yeah, it's so good.
Growing up, not as an adult, but growing up, because I feel like as an adult your tastes change, right?
Yeah.
As a kid, you're at a pool party, you get out of the pool.
I was not a hot dog person.
Dad's at the grill, he's like, are you a hot dog or a hamburger?
I was probably bratwurst or hamburger.
They're serving bratwurst at children's birthday parties?
I grew up close to Wisconsin, so
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that feels pretty on brand.
You're
I'm a hot dog through
I'm
and through.
hot dog all in all.
I don't think I even really wanted a hamburger.
I'd go for a second
like,
hot dog first.
Oh yeah, 100%. What do you put on your hot dog?
Now.
If it's like ghetto.
What do I do on my hot dog? I do a strip of ketchup on one side, a strip of mustard on the other, and then I roll it like a little rotisserie chicken so it gets all over it.
Oh my gosh.
And then I eat it.
This technique is so intense.
Because otherwise you get a bite and it's like half of my mouth is all mustard and half is all ketchup. And like I'm confused and conflicted.
Actually, this is so great that this was brought up. My most recent beef
no pun intended,
is gourmet hot dogs.
I was just about to recommend Biker Jim's.
That was one of the first places I went to when I moved here.
Yeah.
I went into a brewery. I don't remember if it was like in Salida or somewhere in Colorado, and there was a gourmet hot dog on the menu for $19.
Oh, get the fuck out of town.
And I said, what? First off, gourmet. Okay, this is a hot dog we're talking about.
Yeah.
Second off, we're charging $19 for a hot dog.
Yeah.
Like,
insane.
I want a hot dog that's like $3 max.
No, it's the reason I go to Costco.
No, exactly. But I was like, where did we get? We're at this point now.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does the world come to? As a fellow hot dog enthusiast, if you ever find yourself in Vancouver, there's a subway station that's near that pointy thing that looks like a white needle. And right outside that subway station, every time I've been to Vancouver, it's been there. So I assume things haven't changed over time. But there has been like a little food stall truck called Japadog. And it's like Japanese food infused hot dogs, where it's like hot dogs with kimchi or like crazy shit on them, spicy mayo.
Do you guys have like one of those
So
like,
good.
gourmet, but it's not gourmet. It's still a $3-4 hot dog, but that's specific to a place, like a Seattle dog.
Like in New York. Put me in the city.
New York.
Get me to any of those guys.
New York.
I mean, the Chicago dog is the best dog.
Over in New York?
Yeah.
What is a Chicago dog?
I don't know.
Chicago dog is onion, tomato, sport pepper, celery salt, pickle spear,
Oh, no, you
Wow.
lost me there.
Yeah, no, so
Not a
for me,
pickle
I'm
guy.
still just asking for a hot dog, and I'm
Yep.
going to do my strip of ketchup and my strip of mustard,
Yep,
and
yep.
I'm going to... It's
Well,
like screen printing.
the-
You know, you got to mix like the ink
Yeah.
together.
The Seattle dog is like a jalapeno cream cheese or something.
Yeah.
That's good. But I don't want to pay $19
Sure.
for it. So I
Yeah.
will just be using, I'm going to try this twisting technique.
It makes
though.
it like the ratio is great. Also, this could be like because I'm from New York, but or because I think everything's like only has to do with me. With the pizza, when I moved to Denver, I learned that there wasn't just like deep dish and regular, but there was like Chicago style, Detroit style, XYZ style. Like there's all these different styles. He's listing off like a Chicago dog, a Seattle. I'm like, there's fucking different hot dogs. I thought you just got a hot dog in New York and
Yeah.
that was what everyone dreamed of.
There's a Sonoran dog, which I think it's like bacon wrapped with cream cheese, if memory serves, maybe some other stuff on top of it. Yeah, there's a
Crazy.
whole genre, but
I just thought like, you know, it's an attraction when you go see the
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty.
sure.
And it's delicious.
Yeah.
But all these places have variations.
They've got-
Same with the
Yeah.
pizza.
They got to make it interesting somehow, because otherwise it's tough to differentiate a hot dog, really.
Yeah, I mean, you can get your own food and, you know, do something different, but
I still think that, like, you go to Costco, you're having one of the better dogs.
Do you get the Costco burps though? The hot dog burps? The
Ooh.
Costco dog burps?
Probably.
This is a thing that I've recently learned because I didn't grow up with Costco. I grew up going to Sam's Club
Okay.
Mm.
and they have hot dogs there. But apparently the like Costco dog like
Is
really
burp-inducing?
makes you burp.
Okay.
really.
Which I've had a few and I've never had like a bad experience with it, but I could definitely see where.
Sure.
I don't know if
I'm
I've
such a
had
sicko. I probably
Costco
enjoy
dog.
that burp. It's not like a fish burp, but like get to taste it again.
It just goes
The house we're moving into is 5 minutes from a Costco, and I've never really been that close to a Costco, so I'm really excited to become a Costco person.
You're gonna find yourself going there more than you should be going there.
Good.
Yeah.
I found an account called like Costco Hot Finds or something,
Yeah.
and apparently they're selling a lazy river. It's like a 62-foot lazy
Is
river.
that a real thing? I thought
Is
that
it
was
I don't know.
Photoshop.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The problem that Garrett has with me is I apparently like really badly can't recognize AI from reality.
This goes back to you being very gullible.
I keep showing him videos of like an alligator eating someone or like a guy sleeping on a lawn chair and a mountain lion crawls on his chest.
Yeah.
And he's like, in what world do you think that's real?
Yeah. No, you're getting old very quickly.
It looks real.
Yeah.
No.
At a certain point, you just have to shift your default to like everything is fake and fake until the
Pessimistic
opposite.
enough.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm trying to unpessimize.
honestly just live in the whimsy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm
Live in the
trying to
whimsy.
do. That's when he tells me that stuff. I'm like, why'd you? Same thing with that
Yeah.
movie I saw. Why'd
As
you
long
ruin
as
it?
you're not just reposting on Facebook, though, I
Right,
feel like
no, that's not
as
me.
you get older, it's going to get
Yeah,
worse,
for sure.
and maybe we need to nip that in the bud. So maybe just don't go down
Everything's
that
fake.
that yeah.
Yeah.
But live in the
I
whimsy.
can't tell.
It's better to be a skeptic than a fool. Feels like a quote. I don't know if that's
Zach Davis, Abraham Lincoln, Michael Scott.
okay. You hiked the AT, you did the thing, and then you weren't sitting on the sidelines too long because you're currently in the middle of the CDT here. Why did you settle on the CDT next? Because obviously most people go AT, PCT, CDT.
Yeah.
Not always, but
Yeah.
often.
I feel like after the AT, with how urban the AT was, and how busy it was, I was like, I miss being like in the woods and being out there, and boy has the CDT delivered with that one. No, it was just like I remember being in kind of like that mid-Atlantic area, and it was like so hot, so humid, and just like we're walking through someone's backyard, and I was like the trail just goes through someone's backyard, and I was like, this does not feel like I'm out there. Like I feel like I shouldn't be backpacking at this point. I should be swimming in the neighbor's pool. And so it was kind of like, a few different reasons, but mainly just for the ruggedness and the wilderness aspect of it. And just like, I kind of make a joke of any time anyone asks me about like how I'm feeling in terms of the difficulty between the two. It's like, well, there's less humidity and less bugs, and so I'm off to a great start. And so, that was kind of the draw to the CDT of if it's this thing that it's not as popular, there's not going to be as many people, and you're in some like really rugged terrain that is beautiful, and it's I'm so excited to be back in the West for the summer.
The natural progression from the AT, for most, is the PCT and then the CDT.
Yeah.
Why did you not do that?
That's what I just asked him.
No, I think no. You said why did he go from the AT to the CDT?
Yeah, but
No, I'm saying different. I'm saying why specifically not the PCT.
okay.
Like he's saying he went from the AT to the CDT because it was less crowded, there were no bugs, it was drier, etc.
Okay.
My question is more specific towards the PCT.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, probably just like the less people. Like I remember being like on the AT and I'm being like so overwhelmed of, especially like moving through the bubble. We never really like hiked with the bubble, but when we started on the back end of the bubble, and so moving through it, and I understood how many people do the PCT, and that it is not probably as social as the AT, but still very social. And so it was kind of like that break too of like, I want to be out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't want to have to feel like I'm like around all these people all the time. And so I think just kind of like the overall wilderness aspect of the CDT is what caused me to choose that next. And just kind of like pushing the boundaries of what I had done. Like logistically, the CDT is kind of a nightmare, and like the mapping and figuring out which routes to take and how to get into towns, and it's just so much more complicated than the AT or the PCT. And I feel like that was kind of an area that was new to me and not really a skill that I practiced on the AT, just because also hiking with other people, it was kind of like other people were also looking at the map, so I didn't need to always be so focused on how far we were going or what was coming up or that kind of thing. Versus the CDT, it's like, it's just me and I've got to make all the decisions and look at the weather and the snow and X, Y, and Z. And so I think it's going to set me up nicely though, whenever I eventually do the PCT, to be like, this is nice backpacking and I'm not fighting for my life every single second. And so yeah, a little bit of everything.
So you're not anti-PCT?
No. The PCT is coming. And I'm 100% ready to welcome it with open arms and enjoy the well-maintained trails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned this in your Instagram post that you've had a lot of solitude on the CDT.
Yeah.
Which obviously is the contrast from the AT.
Yeah.
Walk me through what it's like going from that to, because like you can have a more social CDT experience. It sounds like you're not having that.
Yeah.
What is that like?
Yeah, it's it's funny because if you would have asked me on the AT if I wanted to hike any section of the AT alone, I would have said probably yeah. I think I might have spent only like 7 or 8 solo nights, if that, on the AT, and every other night I was camping with someone. And so yeah, it's kind of one of those of like that was a draw to the CDT of like I get some alone time, and I do have a very loud internal dialogue which really keeps me in conversation with myself, but it definitely has been like one of the main challenges that I'm learning how to navigate on the CDT. I at this point, whenever I got off trail a few days ago, I haven't seen another CDT hiker in over a month.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
That's unique. Yeah.
And so, the overlap of the CT and the CDT, like there were like 3, maybe 4 Colorado Trail hikers going south that I would pass in like a 10-minute, chat. And then Colorado's been much more social just with day hikers. But in terms of like, I'm camping alone, and you really only see the day hikers whenever you're like near a trailhead or a 14er, or like that's kind of how it goes. And then you're back out there on your own. And so they were kind of like, it's been pretty consistent of going 3 or 4 days without seeing anyone, and then you pop out and there's a day hiker there or a trail crew. Or I think in New Mexico there was a 6-day stint that I didn't see anyone. And
do you find that you're hungry for interaction, conversation after those?
Yeah. Which I think is part of the reason of like taking a few days off here in Colorado, of like, yes, getting to see some friends, but also just to kind of reset and kind of refill that social battery for this kind of second half of the trail. Because I am a very social person. I enjoy hiking with other people and being with other people. And so it's kind of one of those things that I've learned that it's like really high highs and really low lows of, you know, whenever you're having a good day or you're doing the ridge walk at the end of the day or you've crushed miles, it's like, yeah, I feel like a badass out here. Like I'm doing this on my own and I'm carrying an ice axe and micro spikes and like I did this big traverse all on my own. But then like your shitty days are like really shitty of like, what am I doing? Like I'm out here. I haven't seen anyone in 3 days and like I'm like having this really hard section of trail that I'm not going to have anyone to talk about it with that evening at camp or to laugh about in the moment. You know, I think one of the things I loved about the AT is kind of like you find yourselves in those moments around other people where it's like so shitty that you just have to laugh about it. Like it's like so absurd of everything that's happening and the chaos that's ensuing that you just laugh about it. And as someone who like finds a lot of motivation through being externally motivated, it's like I'm now having to find that inward, and that really like comes out on those shitty days of like, what am I doing out here? I'm all alone. Like there's no one even here to like laugh about how shitty this is, which has been something to navigate and something that's been I've kind of learning like, yes, different big people have different experiences on the CDT of you know, some are very social, and I've talked to other people who have done the CDT and they're like, I was so socially deprived at the end of it because I just hiked for 4.5, 5 months alone. Mm-hmm. And so yeah, it's kind of like one of those things is like, and as you guys know, with any thru hike, it's really completing a thru hike is just how many times you get back up and how many times you decide to keep going. Like it's when people go, oh my gosh, I could never do what you're doing. Like, listen, I love a hot shower and a cozy bed just as much as the next person. But it like, I do love being outdoors, and that I feel like is kind of the base ground of it. And it really is just like how many times you pick yourself up. And I've found with the CDT, yes, it's physically challenging, but that mental aspect of picking myself up mentally to keep going has been one of the toughest challenges I've had. Yeah.
How do you keep yourself motivated and happy hiking when the isolation and the loneliness are like gnawing at you? Because I think isolation and loneliness take a lot of people off trail.
Yeah.
Do you have tips for not just like in general around it, but like when the minutes feel like hours and like everything is just like feeling worse than it should be?
Yeah. I think for me, kind of going back to that external motivation, like verbalizing out loud to myself. Like I remember the southern section of Colorado. I'd just gotten into Colorado when that snowstorm came in at the beginning of May and dumped a bunch of snow. And the next week was essentially just like knee, thigh, hip deep post holing, like 12 hours to go 11 miles kind of deal.
Wow.
And I remember just like literally verbalizing out loud of like, get back up, like pull myself out of this hole and keep going. And like, yeah, I think it's unlocking like a new perspective and like a new internal drive that sometimes takes an external motivation to come out.
Sure. Maybe that is an answer to the question I was just going to ask, but what are you learning about yourself?
That I wish I could cry more, because I feel like there were times where I was like so tired and like so upset about it. I'm also, I think I'm kind of learning, like, for a while, everyone, or not everyone, a lot of people would ask like, oh my gosh, how much are you loving the CDT? Is it so much fun? Is it such a blast? I'm like, no, it sucks. Like, it's so shitty right now. And being like okay to say that and being upfront with that, because I think a lot of people see this as the cool experience that it is, but they don't see the other side of that coin. Mm-hmm. And I think that kind of goes back to just like posting on social media of like, it's not all summiting 14ers on the CDT, and it's not all ridge walks. Like, I've had really hard days where I am like, I don't know if I'm strong enough to do this. And so it's yeah, I think it's just kind of like that internal reflection and being okay with not being okay, but just like struggling. Like, it's okay to struggle, and this isn't supposed to be easy, and also dealing with that, like, you know, when people are like, oh my gosh, are you having so much fun? Like, should I be having more fun? Should I be doing something differently? Am I experiencing this the right way? Like, you kind of have all these thoughts. And whenever you're out there alone, like, there's no one to bounce these thoughts off of. They just kind of circulate. So it's kind of like, yeah, I'm learning a lot about that internal motivation, and also, like, you know, finding that reason for why I'm out here. You know, everyone with their thru hikes has or figures out or learns why they're out here doing it, and that's what keeps them going. And I think even, you know, 1,200 miles into the CDT, I'm still figuring that out of, like, I love being here. I love being in the mountains. I love moving through the mountains. I love waking up and doing something hard every single day. But also, like, it is hard. Like, it's like I'm 2 months in and it's gnarly, and every single day is a challenge. So
600 miles a month is pretty freaking good. You mentioned a bunch of hard days on trail so far. What is a specific hard day that you could recount for us?
Yeah, I think it was coming out of Chama after that snowstorm came through. And I was in the South San Juans, and I got an ice axe and micro spikes, and it was one of those kind of maybe even like the imposter syndrome of, like, I am about to be moving through some serious terrain, and all the things that I have to consider and make decisions about that I have to do alone is a very intimidating thing. And so I think that just kind of, like, naturally stressed me out of, like, okay, I'm out here, I'm going to have to use my ice axe. Like, if I were to slide off this mountain, or if I have to self-arrest, like, there's no friend that's going to come and help me get back up on trail. Like, it's me out here. And then with the new snow, and it was like, okay, what is the avalanche terrain like? Like, am I going to be moving through avalanche terrain? What's the snow situation like? And there's some pretty decently steep traverses through that southern section that now have new snow on top of old snow. And there's, at that point, I think 2 people ahead of me. And so the beta for what the trail was like was pretty minimal. It was just a lot of frozen over water sources, and that was kind of it. And so it was kind of like the weight of this. I have to make these decisions on my own that, yes, I want to do this really cool thing, but I also have to be very realistic with my ability, my knowledge, what's in over my head. And, you know, I'm learned more of, like, just having your bailout routes and, like, where can I get off trail if something were to happen. And I carry a Garmin and that kind of stuff, but kind of like those new skills that I didn't have to practice on the AT, I'm now having to practice and implement. Like, it's in a very real time. And so I think that kind of week between Chama and Wolf Creek and, like, the Pagosa Springs area, like, it was such hard, difficult hiking in the snow, but also, like, mentally and, like, the decision making, it's just kind of like overload all the time.
Yeah, it drains you way faster than just the hiking by itself, for sure. So it sounds like you're ahead of the bubble then.
Yeah, the bubble of 10 people.
Yeah. Is this a slower year in the CDT? I mean, I know the CDT is never busy per se, but, like, you can find people if you really try to. Yeah. Are you now considering slowing down and trying to meet up with some folks, or where are you at from that standpoint?
Yeah, so I think with Colorado too, it was kind of like there's so many different alternate routes through Colorado that if I had the option to keep moving north, I think, and obviously I have kind of continued to do that. And so, you know, some people will flip up to Wyoming and hike the basin and give Colorado some more time to melt. But right now, you know, like, the Solitude I don't love, but I also, you know, once I kind of spit out into Wyoming, will be a little bit lower in elevation and be able to move a little easier. And so I think Colorado being, like, such the mental game as well as the physical game, that difficulty will kind of mellow into Wyoming, where I'll feel a little better about continuing to move north solo. I think there's the bubble of 10 people is like 3-ish weeks behind me. And so I remember someone who follows me on Instagram who started the CDT a few weeks after me. They were like, yeah, like, there's like a good group of 10 of us coming through, and I was like, 10? Like, I haven't seen another CDT hiker in weeks. Like, that's crazy. And so, yeah. And then like all the questions with that too, like in my head of like, did I start too early? Should I get off trail and wait for people to catch up? And kind of like that, am I experiencing the CDT in the best way, or am I doing something wrong? And so, yeah, I think it just kind of like taking it in stride. If I get to, meet another hiker, or they catch up to me, or I catch up to them, or whatever, like that would be great. But I've also kind of like leveled a bit with like, okay, if I hike the full CDT alone, I'm going to be okay. And I can do it. And it is going to be hard. And there are going to be moments that I wish were shared in community. But also,
so there's
like,
no question in your head if you maintain the same social cadence that you're finishing the trail.
Yeah. Which is also like comforting in a sense of like, it kind of, to have, and maybe not just have, but like to be able to find and expose that confidence within yourself is something that I think is a very valuable skill that I might not have dug out until this trail. And so just, I think that the outlook of it too, of like, everyone's experience is so different, and me comparing my experience to people in the past, or even people who are, still south of me, it's like, you can't do that. Or like to another trail, like it's just, you've got to take it in stride and for what it is. And when your expectations are nothing, you can't really be disappointed because you're just taking it as it comes. And so I think that's kind of the mentality of that I'm taking on moving north.
Yeah. I think that's an awesome perspective, and regardless of how the remainder of your hike plays out, I think that for the rest of your life, this will be a source of like strength and pride for you, that you were able to be in the moment, recognize that it was hard, and be like resolute that like, I can do this.
Yeah.
Because the next time you go through something hard, it frankly is probably going to pale in comparison to like being socially isolated at the top of a ridge hiking through snow. Like, most likely that's going to be one of the harder things that you're ever going to confront.
Yeah, and it already is. Of like, anytime I'm having like in this section of like central and northern Colorado of like a rough day, I'm like, well, I could be post holing, and I'm not post holing.
Sure.
And so just like little things like that too, of like, but whenever you're alone, like you have to be the one to remind yourself of that. There's no one else telling you that. And so, yeah.
Have you wanted to quit?
Yeah.
Like, seriously though, not just like.
I mean, I think I remember having a moment in New Mexico. I think I was like maybe 4 days in, and it was one of those moments of like, whenever you start a thru hike where you're like really excited but also kind of terrified, and like you're on mile 40 of 3,000 miles, like it, like you feel the weight of everything. And I remember having a thought of like, okay, even if I don't stay out here, I've just got to do New Mexico. Like, it's not even like New Mexico into Colorado. Like, I've just got to finish New Mexico, and then if I want to get off, like, I'll get off. Colorado, like, it was so much to take on at one go. Like, it literally came into Colorado, and then it was like decision making and new snow and being alone and solo. And so it was just kind of like compounding, and it took a while to figure out how to navigate that. And it's like not something that happens overnight. And so it was like, 2 weeks to figure out like, how do I keep myself going?
Well, what's the secret?
And what's the secret?
Yeah, what did you figure out?
I don't know.
You said it took you 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any stubbornness. Maybe pull yourself up by the bootstraps type B. I don't know. I don't have a golden ticket.
Okay, let me rephrase.
Okay.
It took you said verbatim, it took me 2 weeks to figure it out. What did you figure out?
How to navigate, keep in like the mental, how to pick myself up, how to tell myself keep going.
How do you do that?
Externally, telling myself literally out loud.
Just out loud.
Keep going. Get up. Keep going.
Is that the only difference between intrinsically and externally? Is it being out loud? Because I thought that had to come from other people.
I mean, maybe.
Like, is it? But it doesn't sound like intrinsically if it's out loud.
I don't know.
Zach,
we're getting so specific now.
I know, but that's the fun.
I know.
Zach, if you internally, extrinsically, right, different. opposites.
Internally, externally. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the opposites would be intrinsic, extrinsic.
Fine, those two words. Is it the one that starts with an E if he's saying the words out loud but still alone, or is it the one that starts with an I just out loud?
Need more context than that. You're motivating yourself.
He's motivating himself by
myself.
saying, like how he was saying he
Yeah.
says the things out loud. Does that make it extrinsic, or does it still is it still intrinsic?
I would say it's intrinsic.
You heard it here first.
Okay, I've been backed into a corner here. How do I do that? I feel like maybe the resets in towns, like taking a 0 day and like resetting the mental aspect of what it takes to get up and go every single day.
What do you do to reset? That's not like go to the grocery store and
Lay in
lunch.
bed. Although I did go to a workout class yesterday.
Shut up.
But
And he went for a
On
run.
a 0 day, you went on a workout class and a run?
But we're on zero number like 3
That's not.
of like in Denver, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of going stir crazy. It
What kind of class was it?
was a berries class.
I don't know what that is.
I think
It's like
that's Pilates,
it's
right?
it's like a cross between you do like half the time on a treadmill and half the time like on the floor like with weights.
Mm.
So it's like a cross training type
Yeah.
thing.
That's good.
Were you worried you would lose shape?
No, this was not for that like in shape. This was more for like I feel like whenever you walk 12 hours a day for 2 months straight and then you get off, you like I feel like I don't know what to do.
Sure.
Now,
Fair.
mind you, I've taken a few zeros leading up to this where I am not going to a workout class and I'm sitting on the couch. But this is like number 3 that I've been off trail,
Yeah.
and
Are you
I
at
just
least-
needed to move.
Like taking the workout on a more chill side.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm not trying. This is not for like I'm worried about losing fitness or trying to
Yeah.
grow muscle. This is for one, the social aspect
Yeah.
of like it's a group class, being around other people, and it's something that's like active.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
is this doing for your socializing?
This is great.
Is it?
Yeah. This is I feel like someone asked me the other day whenever I got into town, we went and took dinner to the park and they were like, "Is this weird that I'm talking to you right now?" I'm like, "No, just because of like coming out of the woods and like not being overly social." But they're like, "Are you overwhelmed? Are you overstimulated?" And I'm like, "No, this is great. Like I needed this. This is that
Yeah.
how you keep going for me is
Yeah.
like taking time off trail." Because I think some people do kind of get like locked in the mindset of like, I've got to keep going, not stop. If I stop, I'll think too much about what I'm doing and then get off trail. And so I've learned that, yeah, like taking time off trail is arguably equally as important for like the long haul, because
Yeah.
this is like such a trek.
So, if we're thinking things that could be replicable for people that are listening that want to take advice from this, if someone is on trail, in theory, struggling with loneliness, isolation, those qualms,
Yeah.
would it be beneficial for them to try taking a 0 day, going to the town bar, and just talking to fucking everyone until they can't stand it anymore?
Yeah, I would say yeah. I feel like because I am very in the middle, extrovert, introvert, and I do run out of social battery, but I've noticed that since I've been alone for so much time at this point, any kind of social interaction is it just kind of like takes you out of that world that you've been in of isolation, which sounds funny, but until you're like literally in the middle of the woods by yourself for multiple days, just having a simple conversation with someone who picks you up on a hitch or someone on the bus, it really does go a long way.
Yeah.
And so, and I find myself like seeking those conversations out more than I might otherwise do if I were hiking with someone else.
Do you warn them? Are you like, hey, just a warning, I haven't talked to anyone in a month, so I might be a bit chatty?
No, I don't. Usually they're like super interested or they have no clue what I'm doing. And they're like, New Mexico, I feel like was all like, what do you mean you're walking across the country? And so then it was like this whole explanation. I try to be mindful of it though, too, of like, okay, I am talking to them, but I don't want to talk just at them, and like also engaging them in the conversation too. But I also feel like that's like part of thru hiking is like the people you meet along the way. And so those conversations of your hitches or whatever in town, like those are the people that you're going to remember from the hike.
This keeps happening. I have questions and they escape me. Yes. Do you find that on this hike, do you feel a greater sense of presence? Because for me personally, when I'm hiking more socially, it's fun, but it's a totally different experience where I don't feel like I get to like that zen out moment with how isolated you are. Do you feel like you're reaching some level of zen, or maybe not at all?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. And there's definitely, I think those are kind of the moments where I'm like, okay, this is why I'm out here. And it's the moments, eating dinner at sunset, or the moments when you can like feel like you can kind of catch your breath, where, the elements or whatever it is, the hiking isn't terrible or hard or draining. And you do feel just kind of like, almost like this like flow state of like, you feel like you're exactly where you should be. And yeah, I think with the solitude too, sometimes I feel like I get into like this, almost like this mental vortex of, I get going with my internal dialogue. And I remember one night I was like hyper fixated on getting this like burnt rice piece out of my pot. And I was like scraping, like probably longer than any normal person would have like put effort into this. And then I took something and like threw it into my food bag, and the noise of like it hitting in my food bag like pulled me out of this like hyper focus. No, literally. And I was like, oh my gosh, is this what like crazy people feel like whenever they say they're going crazy? Is like, you're so zoned in and there's no one else there to pull you out. But on the flip side of like the crazy, like there are some really sweet moments where it's like, okay, I feel like I'm right where I should be. And that those are the moments that I feel like keep me moving north.
You mentioned at the start of the show that you've never had a bad encounter with people on trail. Have you ever had any spooky experiences?
I did get charged by a moose.
I would call that spooky.
So that's not with a person, but yeah, it was like 2-ish weeks ago. I got charged by a moose.
Do tell.
Terrifying.
A big one? Did he have the...
No, it was turned out to be a mom, and she had a calf.
Ooh.
Which is
probably
arguably
scarier.
even
Yeah,
scarier. Yeah. I was like climbing. This was like just before like Twin Lakes, Leadville area. And I essentially had this like, it was like a 7 or 8 mile climb, like kind of like all late afternoon, evening. I was going to be working on this climb. And I had a big climb the next day. So I was like, okay, I'm going to get most of this one out of the way tonight, and then I'll take care of the one the next day. And it was probably like around 6:30, and I was probably like 5 miles into the climb at this point. A really nice, beautiful evening. I had like one headphone in. I didn't have both in, so I wasn't like completely oblivious, but had one headphone in, was just kind of like in a cruisy little pace going uphill. And I was topping out this hill into this like meadow area. And I had like looked to my right because I heard a noise or something, a squirrel or something. And then I looked back in front of me, and when I did, there was a moose that was like ears pinned back, like full speed ahead.
Whoa.
Is this your
down the
first
trail.
moose sighting?
No. I had literally seen a moose earlier that day.
That was your first moose sighting?
No. I had seen, this was like moose number 4
Okay.
that I've seen since getting into Colorado.
Are you accustomed to moose at this point, or are you still like,
I'm not scared of them, but there's moose in Montana, and I've learned the respect for them is equal, if not greater, than grizzly bears, and that they'll come at you for absolutely no reason, like very territorial. And I essentially had stepped into this mom and her calves area where they were at, and yeah, it was probably, I saw her running at me, and it was kind of one of those, I like took like 2 steps back, and I swung myself behind this pine tree. And from the time that I saw her to when she was probably like 15 yards past me was maybe 5 seconds.
Oof.
And it was kind of like one of those of like just a reaction. Like I didn't have time until after I was like behind the tree and she had already come by, like to process like, oh, I just got charged by a moose.
well, what are you going to do? She's going to come back, right?
Well,
it's
she
like
did.
the bull where it comes back across the little...
Literally. It was such a spooky feeling, and I've never had an encounter with a moose to this extent before, but to be the main target for them coming after you is such an odd feeling. And she turned around, and it took like 20 yards for her to stop. Like, that's how fast she was coming down the trail. Turned around and was just standing there. And so I started backing my way up this like little knoll on the side. And of course there's like, it's like shin deep snow and blowdowns that I'm like tromping through. And it was probably like maybe 20 seconds go by, and then she beelines it back at me again. And so I like take off kind of up this knoll and behind some more trees. And essentially she came around the knoll and then came up on top. And there was a point where there was literally like me to you looking at her through like 3 trees.
A quick interjection.
Yeah.
They tell you to go behind a tree and like don't be afraid about running if it's a moose. But the part my brain always breaks is I think if I'm going to stand behind a moose, then it's like when the person chases you and they're going to curve behind, or if I'm going to stand behind a tree, sorry, it's like the person chasing you where then they curve behind the tree.
Yeah.
And now we're chasing each other around a tree.
Yeah.
When you're describing it, it sounds like it's like a bull where
Yeah.
you move the red blanket and you go behind the tree and it just
Yeah.
keeps going straight and it doesn't know how to turn.
Yeah. Well, so it's which, mind you, this is my own
Right, we're not scientists here.
for sure. But I grew up with horses, and like big horses, and essentially if a horse was coming at you, if you get behind a tree, they can come very quickly head on, but they can't make those sharp corners. So they're going to have to go down past you and loop back around.
Really?
So whenever you stand behind the tree, you just get to where they can't.
It's like those big
bend.
trucks on the road where it's like
Literally.
wide turns turning
Literally.
left, and you
Wide
can't go in the
wide
load.
load coming down the trail.
Right, and you can't go in the lane next to it because when it turns, it's going to clip you.
Exactly. So it's like
Fascinating.
it's one of those of like when they're on a beeline, when a moose is on a beeline, like they can move, but their agility side to side and quick turns aren't really a thing. So that's why I had this like run out zone, and then it turned around and then came back again. But at that point, whenever I was looking at it through the trees so close, it was kind of like, which like, you know, with bears, you're always taught like, don't run. And
Right.
with moose, it was just like, I've got to get the hell out of here. And so I dropped my pack because it was just like, I'm walking through snow and blowdowns and I've got my pack on, and I had bear spray, and I grabbed my bear spray, dropped my pack, and I was like, I've just got to book it across this meadow. And all I could think about was like the moose running behind me, like almost like in like a movie, like it's like literally a movie scene of this
Just
thing
gaining
chasing
on
you.
you.
Literally.
I just keep thinking about you having to go back for your pack.
Yeah. Well, so I get across the meadow and behind a set of trees. And moose don't have like great eyesight, and so it turned into like a whole hour and a half ordeal of me sitting behind this tree. Because the moose wouldn't get off of the knoll. It would come down and then it would go back up.
What's the baby doing?
Well, so I didn't know there was a baby at this point, and it was bedded down in some tall grass in the meadow. But I think what was happening is that even though I was gone, it was smelling my backpack and thought I was still around. And so at this point, it's like 8 o'clock. The sun is setting. I'm
no
like
shit.
just above 12,000 feet. I have my like rain shell on and shorts, and I'm like, if this moose doesn't leave, it's gonna get dark. I don't have my headlamp. Like, I'm not gonna be able to see where it's at. My layers are in my pack. Like, this could turn like pretty serious pretty quick. Thankfully, the mom came off the knoll and the baby like came out, and they were like hanging out in the meadow, and then they started kind of like walking essentially like directly up the hill out of the meadow. And so as they were moving up and as they were moving behind trees, I was kind of moving down and around to my backpack. And I kind of got within like 10 yards of my backpack, and I was like, I've just got to make a run for it. Cause like I'm getting cold, it's getting dark. Like I need my pack at this point. And I had my puffy that was just strapped on top. And so I like made a run for my pack, grabbed my puffy and put it on, because I was like, if I get separated from my pack again, like I need another layer.
Picturing in the Hunger Games where they like come
No,
up to the
this
cornucopia
was
and they're running,
literally-
and like, you know that scene where
this
she
was
grabs
me.
the pack and she keeps running?
This was me. I never thought about that, but that is so
Isn't
accurate.
that like exactly it?
No, that's literally it. And so then I put my puffy on, I throw my backpack on, I run over and grab one of my poles that I had dropped initially whenever I jumped behind the tree. And you could actually see there were tufts of hair in the snow where the moose had like clipped the side of the tree and it ripped out chunks of hair. Like that's how close it was coming by the tree.
Wow.
And then essentially the moose saw me and it turned around again and started coming back down the hill. And at that point, like I had everything and I literally just like beeline like over the hill that I had just hiked up into the meadow.
You didn't even have no one to fucking tell about.
No.
Like you get
I'm
to
out
camp
there
and you have no one to be like,
so
dude, you'll never know what happened.
No, literally.
Was that
And
torture?
It was more of kind of like a realization of how quickly situations can happen. And I remember I keep my Garmin in my like fanny pack, and I was so grateful that I did, because a lot of people I've seen just like keep their Garmin on their pack, and all I could think about is like, if this moose gets a hold of me, like there's a good chance I'm going to have to call for help. And if my Garmin were on my backpack, like my backpack's 50 yards away. And so it was kind of one of those of like, I don't know, just like a realization. But the moose started coming back down and I was like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. Like at this point, would it be so bad if the moose got me? Like we'd get it over with. They would go about their business and then I would go wherever.
Make it quick.
Yeah, literally.
Just present your head on the ground.
Yeah.
If you could do that interaction over again, would you have still dropped your pack?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I would have been able to move as quickly as I needed to, especially tromping through snow and blowdowns to get away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, with all these trees you're hiding behind, has any part of you in this adrenaline-filled moment thought climb up?
Yes. But the trees that were initially between me and the moose in that, like on that knoll, were pretty dead and just kind of like lodge-poley. So they weren't really.
Knock it down.
Yeah. And it was just like, that was the other thing too, is like, it's not like Mama Moose is taking the trail. Like she's just going to run through whatever is in her way to get to me. And that was kind of the part where I was like, okay, I've got to get out of here. And that's when I dropped my pack. I'm just like, I can't be this close, because she's not leaving until I leave. And she's going to keep coming after me until I leave.
Is that your spookiest trail moment thus far?
I think so.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely like much more aware of like going around corners and the possibility of a moose. I kind of like check like these like beelines almost of like, where could a moose run straight at me from? Just because like there's so many tight blind corners that you can't see, that like if a moose is on the other side and they're pissed, like you're kind of donezo.
Yeah, everyone's afraid of grizzlies, but I hear more terrifying moose encounters.
Yeah.
Well, very good. Is there anything else about the CDT that you want to relay?
Gosh. There I go again. Now I'm going to be thinking about that too much.
Yeah, let them start ripping. This is our last in studio for a minute.
Gosh. Just slide the whiskey over.
All right, fine. I'm going to start crying then.
I think it's just kind of like, if you're wanting to do a thru-hike or the CDT or any of the trails, there's so many different ways to do it. And like, there's not one right way to do it. And a lot of people get caught up in kind of like how you're supposed to do it. And it's just like, you got to figure it out for yourself, and also like be okay with that being different from someone else. Because I think a lot of people too will be like, oh no, you have to have this backpack or this setup or whatever in order to do it, or you need to be hiking this many miles, or I don't know, just kind of that mindset of like, just go out there and do it the way you want to do it.
Can you think of anything that screams, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, less than someone being like, you have to do it with this backpack?
That is definitely like
we advertise and it's like, we enjoy these backpacks, we like this backpack, we like the features of this backpack, but for it to be like, if you want to do this trail, you have to use this backpack.
I don't think there's a single piece of gear. What's the thing that I feel like is the most universal?
I would say maybe like a Sawyer filter, but even that is debatable highly.
Yeah. Maybe like
the
Darn
Z-Lite,
Tough socks, or
but then there's the inflatables.
Yeah.
Darn Tough socks, maybe.
But
smart.
There's other good merino socks too. Yeah. To your point, there's not one thing that works perfectly for everybody.
Except for like backpack radio.
Duh.
No, I feel like
with Trons.
I try to like, anytime I'm giving any kind of like recommendation, it's like, this is what works for me. That doesn't mean it's going to work for you. And like, you're going to have to try this out.
Yeah.
And also I feel like that just breaks down the barrier too of people wanting to get into backpacking or camping, or like, not even if it's a thru hike, but a section hike or an overnight. It's like, yes, you can have all of this gear, but you don't have to have it in order to still be able to do it. And obviously like certain things with like safety and your safety and other people's, but like for the most part, like you can do it however you want to do it. And I think that's just the beautiful thing about backpacking.
Yeah. I do have one oddball question before we get to the sponsor question, which is, if you were the DP of this studio, what would you do differently?
Ooh. DP. Good lingo.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I, someone who's never been on a podcast, DP,
Director of photography.
director.
I think it's more of a film thing.
See, this is the
It's
professional.
like a set thing.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
know.
People who shoot on sets.
I wanted to sound like I knew what I was talking
You
about.
did.
Okay.
You
If
stumped
anything,
me.
he sounds like he's faking the professional part of his job title.
No, this is where I'm telling you it's not. It's professional, but also, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't mean any of that seriously.
What would I change about this set?
Yeah.
This is my first podcast, so I can't say I have a whole lot to compare it to.
It's such a weird way to say keep Chance in her seat.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
What do you mean,
Yeah.
oh gosh?
I'm trying to get you a drink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All you have to do is ask.
Gosh.
You want to give me another? I'll drink another.
Good. Okay, well, we will wrap with the sponsor question. This is the peak performance question brought to you by Topo Athletic. Use code, Trek 15 Topo, is it?
I believe so.
'Kay.
Or it's Topo 15 Trek.
We'll pull it
The
up.
15's in the middle.
Yeah, we'll pull it up. It'll
You
be in
keep
the show
talking,
notes.
I'll look
It'll be
it
in
up.
the show notes.
I'll look it up.
For 15% off at topoathletic.com. Do you have a top performance enhancing or backpacking hack? Something you do that makes your experience outdoors that much easier?
I feel like I actually just did one for Jetboil, but I used it. I explained it to a day hiker the other day, and I realized how much I actually stand by it. But being at high altitude and in the cold, my fuel canister is, if the fuel gets cold, the stove will burn much less efficiently. And so throwing the canister in your puffy or sleeping bag before you use it, even for like 2 minutes, just to warm it up a bit, and it'll rip as if it's completely hot outside kind of deal. Yeah, that's what I feel like, because sometimes like once it gets cold, it takes forever to boil, and if you just throw it in your sleeping bag or puffy for a few minutes and warm it up, it'll rip like normal.
Love that. That's awesome. That's a
Yeah.
good one. Code is Trek 15 Topo.
Wow, you found it faster.
Yeah,
Well, the last two episodes, neither were Topo. I thought we did every others.
I think we do.
59 and 60 didn't seem to be.
Hmm?
Anyway, that's neither
60
here nor
was.
there or my problem. So let's keep going.
Well, Caleb, thank you so much for making time in the middle of your CDT thru hike. Awesome to meet you.
Yeah.
You've got a great perspective, and enjoy the remainder of the trail. Let people know, obviously, where they should go to follow you on Instagram, your website, anything that you want to plug.
Yeah, my Instagram is just at Caleb Adcock, and my TikTok is Howdy to Rowdy is the username.
What's-
Like T.O. Rowdy? Like howdy to Rowdy?
Howdy, the number 2,
Oh, okay. Great.
Rowdy. Yeah.
Also, I found it. It was separated by an in-feed ad.
Those fucking things. Awesome. Caleb, thank you so much for joining us here on Backpacker Radio.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Okay, we're on.
Okay.
Bonus segment. We were just talking about
Bonus segment.
Come Town.
Whip out my phone. Okay, so this is something that I have not seen until recently. I saw it on maybe like a post or something. It was just like people are buzzing about this thing, you know? Doesn't sound like it's new. But I've not heard the terminology before, and I feel like most like words that are terms for things like have traveled around by now. But this is epic dreaming.
You have all the best words, is what you're saying.
No, I've just heard them from now and then. I've
Yeah.
never heard of epic dreaming. Have you?
No, that was a funny Trump quote. He literally said, "I have the best words."
I'm not up to date on my quotes.
Yeah.
Have you heard of epic dreaming?
No.
Okay. So this was first.
It's like a wet dream?
No. Wet dreams are different.
Okay.
So this was first described by Schenk and Mahowald in 95. This is quoted by Mayo Clinic, so whoever those two dudes are.
Okay.
You know what? They could be women. Whoever those two women are.
Yep.
In 95. It's a dreaming disorder. So it's characterized by endless, exhausting dreams that are associated with morning tiredness and chronic daytime fatigue. So recently they came out.
I've had those before.
Well, they came out and they're basically like some people that sleep a lot and like are not lacking sleep are still so tired in the day. Why is that? And then they were like, oh, because some of them are having these epic dreams where they're just like having such intense dreams that they're more tired when they wake up because it was just so action packed.
Did we just give a fancy psychological term to nightmares? Because I feel like that nightmares stress me out. I don't feel well rested after a nightmare.
I could see them being a subcategory of epic dreaming.
Yeah.
So they are defined, epic dreams specifically, they are defined by 3 key qualities. So they need immersive realism, emotional neutrality, and persistent autobiographical salience.
Okay, so not a nightmare because that's not emotionally neutral.
Well, it means that they can feel completely indistinguishable from lived experience, and often they're recalled with the same confidence as actual memories.
Yeah, it's almost like Inception.
Right. The part that makes them so tiring is that the person doesn't actually realize they're asleep in them because they're so realistic.
Yeah.
That they're just like, they wake up and they recall them as if they're recalling the birthday party they went to last week. So who gets it? Epic dreaming is significantly more common in women than men. 85% women, 15% men.
Do you epic dream?
I don't know. I'm tired in the morning.
I
love dreaming.
Dreams.
Well, I love dreaming.
Yeah.
My favorite dreams are dinosaur dreams. Like when dinosaurs come back.
There's no way that would be epic dreaming. Because it's so fantastical that you couldn't be unaware that it's real or not.
You've never had a dinosaur dream then?
I don't think so.
Okay. These dreams are specific. Dinosaurs come back. I've been having them since I was a kid. They happen every now and then.
Is this like a genre of dreaming?
They're scary like nightmares. Like you don't want them like a nightmare, but sometimes you do because it's like you're watching an action movie that's just like kind of suspenseful. Like it's like watching a suspense versus horror where you're like, I actually enjoyed this plot versus that one's not fun. Usually they come down from the clouds is how it starts.
Like they're just descending.
They just like the clouds make movements and then like something it's like the apocalypse movie starts. They've come down from the clouds. Okay. Then the dinosaur the dinosaur dream starts. I've had ones where it's like when I lived at home, my neighborhood I grew up on, immense detail where it was like I had to leave my house when I woke up because there were dinosaurs outside and I looked outside and there was a greenhouse and people were trying to climb up it and falling off and the T-Rex was there. We don't have a greenhouse. I digress. Sometimes I would go to bed with the thought in my head where I'm like, try your hardest to have a dinosaur dream tonight. Because when I would, oh my God, incredible.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
The thing that fucking sucks though is when someone wakes you up in the morning and they like don't understand I'm not sleeping till 2 because I'm being a bum. I am literally at war right now and I need to know how it goes. And so then you get woken up from it and you're just pissed. You're like, let me go back.
Yeah. Are you actively fighting the dinosaurs or is
I hide. So in the last one I had, I was in my neighbor's house. This is the Trainas. They lived on the cul-de-sac and their house is yellow. And we never really as kids went in their house. They weren't the couple that had kids our age. So it was always a little more of a mystery. But they had like these large pine trees around the bend of the dead end that I would climb and I would just like go to the top of them and just sit there. Fucking weird. Yeah. You're like them and looking in your backyard and I'm just sitting in your tree. But in the dream with the dinosaurs, after I got away from the greenhouse, which is not accurate, I ran around the corner of the block. I went to the Trainer's backyard, and then I went into their basement, and they had a fridge, and you could open the fridge, and you could like go through it to a safe room. And I finally figured it out as I was going back through the fridge, I looked out the window, weird because it was a basement, and the dinosaurs were ascending back into the clouds. So I don't know how you feel about that as someone who hates when people tell you about their dreams.
I was gonna let it go as my gift to you on your last in studio, but that's better than most of them, I would say.
Yeah, so that's when we talk about epic dreaming, I'm like, if every dream was like that, I'd be hands down like, yeah, I do that.
Sure.
But I have to like put thought in before closing my eyes, being like,
you're setting intentions.
Come on, brain, make this happen.
Yeah.
Though I had a really, really good zombie dream the other night.
While you're dinosaur dreaming?
I've tried lucid dreaming. I can't do it because I'm just too... If I'm conscious, I'm awake. I can't buy into the story. So if I somewhat drift out of a dream, I get really upset, especially if it's realistic. Like this one I had the other day with the zombies. I was hiding on like a platform. And then I drifted out and it was like, well, what's the point? It's not real. Like it's not, you know, like I don't go back in and I'm like, now I can make reality bend to my will. I go back in and I'm like, now I actually have to think about the plot. Because like nothing's going to change unless I decide it's going to.
Yeah.
And then it becomes work. So anyway, I digress. Sorry for telling you about my dream.
Epic dreaming.
If you can ever convince yourself to have a dinosaur dream, it's great. Anyway, so in a study of 23 epic dreaming patients, 78% had some accompanying disorder. So they either had a sleep disorder like obstructive sleep apnea or restless leg syndrome, or a psychiatric condition like major depressive disorder. Sleep disorders caused continuous interruption throughout the night, heightened awareness of dreams. Psychiatric conditions altered sleep structure in ways that made dreaming more prominent. But if we go into what's happening in the brain, this is where it gets fascinating. So a March 2026, we're talking current events.
Yeah.
Hi, me on the local news, talking current events. March 2026, a paper was published, and maybe that's why it was going all around my feeds around then, was because this paper came out. In Communications Biology is the place it was published, and it introduced a new model to explain the neuroscience. So basically, they argued that epic dreaming reflects a systems level failure of REM sleep's containment architecture, basically a convergence of neuromodularity disruption, hippocampal novelty, misclassification, and oscillatory instability that allows internally generated dream content to enter episodic memory. Basically, that's a lot of big words, but it just means that one of them leaves their box and they go into your memory box, and they're not supposed to be in each other's boxes. In plain terms, your brain's filling system misfires and stores the dream as if it were a real event. So you're storing it in your real event memories.
Yeah, I feel like that would overload your hard drive pretty quickly.
Yeah, so they call this the Mobius model, and they put those two fun dots over the O. And they named it after the endless loop of Mobius strip, which feels apt given the name of the condition. I have no idea what that is. Apparently, what it feels like, they start to feel almost... dreams seem to start almost immediately upon falling asleep. They continue for what feels like hours, and even when drifting in and out of partial wakefulness, the same dream resumes. So like it's not like you come out of sleep and then you go back in and something different happens. It goes right back. The only way to break the cycle is to physically get up and move around. So you have to like get up and move around, and then when you return to bed, a new dream will start. People who epic dream, they never wake up feeling refreshed or rested, and that's kind of what's been buzzing on the feed is like, hey, maybe you're tired not because you got not enough sleep or too much sleep, but maybe
you're epic dreaming. You're
just like ultimately fucked. And it's because it's exhausting, literally, because you've been quote unquote on all night. So there's like the cause, the underlying biology, all that shit, unknown. Treatments include cognitive therapy, hypnosis, relaxation techniques, like, you know, whatever. They've proved largely ineffective, so they're not helping. They've suggested stimulants like modafinil. Okay, that one, taken in the morning. But you're right. So when you were talking about it can't be a nightmare because it doesn't have the emotional intensity, it's basically, the paradox is it's a nightmare without fear paradox. So the researchers have debated whether epic dreams are essentially nightmares stripped of their emotional intensity, like, and all of the vividness or none of the dread, or if it is then not a nightmare, you know? And then there's also like they're currently still in the process of trying to figure out like why is it 85% women?
Yeah.
So there's a
Do they hypothesize as to whether this is a new phenomenon or this is just something that they're recently diagnosing?
No, because that first article by the two dudes / women came out in 95. So that was 30 years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
But this is just like 31 years later, they published a follow-up, I guess, publication that like brought it into the spotlight recently. Mm-hmm. But if they talked about it in 95, it's by no means a new idea.
Yeah.
It's just like maybe we didn't believe them.
I wonder if it hasn't gotten the attention because it is predominantly a female issue. That's a thing in medicine.
Teach me about it.
You want me to mansplain it?
Yeah,
I know you're,
tell me
I know
about
you're
women and
aware.
medicine.
I know you're aware.
No,
but-
I'm kidding. Yeah, no, probably. You know, because like they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, very curious because I oftentimes wake up exhausted, and I am someone where if you wake me up in the middle of a really good dream, which you can never know, I've had to have this talk with boyfriends, and I've had to have this talk with Garrett, where I'm like, listen, there will be times where it's Saturday and it's noon, and you want to get your day started, and you want to come wake me up. If I shrug you off and tell you kind of aggressively to go away, get the fuck away from me. And it's not because I'm lazy. It's not
What
'cause
are
I want
the
more sleep. It's not because
conditions in which someone can wake you from that slumber? Like a fire?
no. I'll just yeah. I mean, like a crisis, fine. But like if it's not urgent,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, anything that's urgent, sure, tell me.
Yeah. No,
But if it's not urgent, it's like I want to watch TV on the couch, or like let's order lunch or something. Like, something where it's like this they didn't need me.
Yeah.
And I'm
That's a good rule for
and
life.
I'm in the dinosaur dream, and I'm going into the fridge, and they haven't ascended back into the clouds, and you wake me up, and I don't know how it ends. I'm gonna be furious, and then I'm in a fucking bad mood all day. It's like when you cheat on me in my dreams. Like I'm pissed at you all day, and you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Same scenario, you didn't do anything. So my pre-talk is always like, hey, I don't want us facing this situation.
Yeah.
I care about this a lot.
Yeah. Chauncey's doing some work right now.
If I'm having a fucking good dream, these things are like vivid. Don't pull me out of it.
Uh-huh.
I enjoy that. I enjoy the heck out of them.
Yeah. Are there other people?
Oh yeah. Like one time I had a vivid dream with Garrett. But
No, I mean, specifically in your dinosaur dreams.
yeah, I mean, there's the people that were climbing the greenhouse that were getting eaten.
Oh, yeah,
There's
yeah.
like the people running around. Usually there's like one or two like with me, you know, like usually there's like we squat up in some sort of way. But yeah, dreams.
Cool.
Your favorite topic. I had to end on your favorite topic.
I don't hate dreams as a category, just other people's specific dreams, but that was great. That was a good one.
What do you think about dinosaur dreams? I think you could go
jealous.
home.
I'm jealous.
Just really try before you go to, like, while you're laying there with your head on your pillow, just tell yourself. That's always when I make it work. I just tell myself when I'm putting my head on my pillow, have an epic dinosaur dream tonight. And sometimes it happens.
I'm a sicko that I will literally fall asleep, typically listening to a podcast or watching something mellow, and those subjects never leak into my dreams. If they did, it would usually just be like, it would probably be Caleb Williams on repeat.
I have been going to sleep to the Martha Stewart channel every night. It's really soothing.
Yeah. Girl boss.
So that's my segment.
Nice.
And it's my last one. So
Yeah. I like
bye.
it. Dreams. We learned about dreams.
Dreams.
Epic dreams. Do we need an impromptu processing?
No, because I can't talk. If I talk about it, I'm gonna cry. I'm such a fucking crybaby. I cry all the time.
Do you? I mean, I've seen you cry,
What
but
do you
not
mean,
like
do I?
frequently. I'm gonna grab a water real quickly. Do you want anything?
Where are you getting a water? No, I have my Canada Dry,
Spindrift.
and I have I've got my Sunny D and my Canada Dry.
This is your last chance for the listeners for a minute in the studio. So
Stop saying the last. Oh my god. She's fine. Now I'm getting hot. I've got to take all these off. I'm sweating. Oh, overheating now. There's something in this. Oh no, it's a tag. No, I don't need to process out loud. I'm just every time like when it's like okay, now we're gonna ask our peak performance question or goodbye guest. Now we're starting the segment. We're just inching closer to the end, and I unfortunately don't have a brain that smiles for it happening. I have a brain that cries for what could have been. You know, like again, she's a pessimist, but no, because every time I think about it, I think about where we are in this current recording process of tonight, and then my brain says you're this much closer to never being here again, and then I look at something like that light, which means nothing to me, and I think, remember that view, because you'll never see it from this angle again, and I don't think I need to do that to myself, but that's typically how I handle things. So I make it worse.
yeah.
Because I don't want to forget things, so then I go in with the nostalgia, and then I am sad.
Yeah.
So
When does Garrett start his coaching?
I don't know. It's not his day job. The second week of September.
Okay.
Not the weekend of the 7th, but the weekend after.
Okay. Well, any of them.
Well, that's when his games are. They might coach earlier.
I would imagine.
Probably.
This is club hockey, or this is
club.
So
it's his first coaching
will
job.
any of this be like streamed? Can people watch
I have
Garrett?
no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. I know they wear suits. They told him that, and he was like, "Great, I've got suits." I don't know anything else.
Okay. I'm sure we'll sprinkle in some processing as we go here. But let's get into some Trek propaganda. I'm going to go to this second story. Very sad, but straightforward. This is teen hiker dies in Grand Canyon National Park amid extreme heat. Just going to read the first part here, which is the relevant. An 18-year-old hiker has died following a heat-related emergency in Grand Canyon National Park, according to the National Park Service. The incident occurred on Wednesday, June 3rd, when park rangers received reports of a young man experiencing symptoms of heat illness on the Bright Angel Trail. Upon arriving at the scene, rangers located the teen approximately 30 feet below the trail near Garden Creek. Blah, blah, blah. Despite immediate life-saving efforts and emergency helicopter extraction, the hiker could not be saved. So, hearts go out to the loved ones of this. It's always sadder when it's a young person. Every death is sad, obviously, but like 18-year-old still had a lot of life. So.
Yeah, that's really sad.
Yeah. Less sad is we have a new contributor at the Trek, Izzy Wagner, recently wrote a piece for us, Why You Should Never Take Gear Advice to Heart. This is a subject that has popped up a lot in the last couple of episodes, so it just seemed very fitting. Izzy argues that you shouldn't take most gear advice as gospel, especially for certain gear categories. 2 of the categories that she outlines, and I believe there's 5 in this piece. One is stoves, because the online hype can push you toward bulkier, pricier options like the Jetboil, although we just learned that the Jetboil is a favorite of some recent hikers, when a cheap secondhand basic stove may work just as well. Personal preference, weight, cost, boil speed. And the other category, this is very appropriate for today's podcast, is backpacks, because your pack basically becomes your shell, and you need to get your specific measurements, shoulder width, torso, length, frame, rather than whatever brand seems to be trending amongst thru-hikers. So if you want to hear which gear categories you should not just copy and paste from someone else's gear list, head on over to the link in the show notes to get Izzy's full piece. Well done, Izzy. Question of the day. I think this is Elise, right?
It must be. Yeah, it has to be, I think. Because it wasn't me. I thought it came from you.
No.
Usually you're the food or the poop.
Well, that's not quite what this is.
This is a food one.
I thought you were saying is between food and poop in the question, but okay.
No, usually when you come up with the question of the day, it has to do with food or poop.
That's a fair assessment.
Okay,
Yep.
I've calmed down so I can put my leg warmer back on because now I'm getting cold again.
Would you rather A, every time you eat a particular meal, the rest of the world loses access to this meal for 24 hours? People know about this. You pour and I get to choose which cup.
Fine.
People know about this. People lose access to this meal for 24 hours. People know about this. You may receive threats, but you are protected. Or B, anytime you use an air fryer or microwave, all others on Earth become unusable until you finish using it. Again, you may receive threats, but you are protected.
Easy answer.
That was a pretty good pour.
Yeah, well, because you're going to choose, I was going to make them even.
Yeah.
I knew you weren't choosing the last time, so I gave you an extra, little something.
I would have guessed that.
It's proportionate to our
That's fair.
BMI.
That's fair.
Well, BMI, no, that we could have the same BMI, but it's
No,
proportionate to our
my
weights.
BMI is also higher.
No, but maybe not.
No, it is.
I don't know.
You're not overweight.
I haven't fit into a lot of clothes recently. Been stress eating, not moving a lot.
And drinking.
Yeah, that too. It's also contributed. Yes.
Yeah, never helps.
Yeah. The clothes aren't fitting the same. Cheers. I'm not answering until we do this little shot that I poured us. This is a plug for the YouTube. If you want to watch us take shots and me cry.
Yeah. I'm only doing this for you. I was not prepared to drink today, but
I'm only doing this for me too.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to drink today.
Yep.
If it wasn't my last day, I wouldn't.
Good.
Cheers.
Cheers.
You won't have to do this anymore. I hope you get someone really boring who doesn't like to do anything fun. But I also don't because I want the show to succeed.
I feel like your brain's got to be primed for what's going in. It was not there, so that hit not the best, but we're good.
I didn't pry my brain.
Okay. So I have some hypothetical, or I guess some clarifying questions about this one.
I've just got a strong take.
Okay.
Which do you want? Do you want to tell me your clarifying questions and get into it slowly and then I drop my bomb? Or do you want me to just...
Well, let's set the groundwork so
Okay.
we're working with the same rules first.
Sure.
My biggest question is, how specific is this meal? So, for instance, my most common breakfast is a version of avocado toast where I make toast, avocado, and then I also put an over easy egg on top of the toast. Is that qualified as avocado toast? Is that eggs? Does it have to be the specific combination?
I would say that style, but not so specific that it's like if you put onion powder and someone didn't, it's not the same. But toast, avocado, egg, like the general structure of it. Like if
Okay.
you have a BLT sandwich, someone else can have an LT,
Yeah.
but they can't have a BLT.
Yeah.
So if you have an egg avocado toast, they can have an avocado toast, but they can't have an egg avocado toast.
What if I add a slice of cheese to the bottom of it?
Then they can't do that.
They
They can do it without it.
Okay.
Because it's different. A hamburger and a cheeseburger are two different menu items.
Sure. Okay.
It's not the same. They don't make one menu item for hamburger and then they put add cheese, $2.
Sure.
It's hamburger, cheeseburger.
In that case, I would feel confident in my ability to tweak a meal enough that I'm not impacting enough other people. If we're saying spices don't deviate enough, but like other ingredients do, I feel like I could get... Because one thing I do from time to time is I'll put like deli turkey on my avocado toast with egg just to up the protein.
Yep.
And I feel like there can't be that many people that are eating that specific meal, in which case I'd be happy to fall on that sword. Even though it's not the best combination, I do it often enough. I would probably choose the food option because I can eat some really bizarre food combos. For instance,
No, Zach, they're both food options.
I know. I'm just saying I don't think anyone's eating avocado toast with...
No, which A and B are both food options?
I mean the specific meal.
A.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the
the
way
air
that it's
fryer.
cooked. Specifically...
Why won't you say the word?
Well, I'm considering A, the food option, and B, the cook option. The one is what you're eating. The other is how
Maybe you're not firing some pottery in the kiln. That's not what you're cooking. You're cooking food.
I
They're
understand.
both food options.
I understand, but we use the microwave so often for the kiddos that it would be really rude for like multiple minutes every day, someone else or everyone not to be able to access their microwave.
Yes, I understand your logic. What I'm saying is the way that you are wording it
You're
is
saying
hard to follow.
They're both food options. I'm just
so
saying.
when you say the food option, I don't know what you're picking, and as a listener to your words,
Yep.
I have no clarity.
I'm saying one is the meal, the other is the preparation.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're A.
A, easily.
I'm also A. B would be really easy if I was like fun, clean eating garden girl that did a bunch of shit and never needed a microwave or an air fryer. Like, to be so healthy. That would be.
Are you air frying often?
I air fried today. It's not my air fryer. It's my housemate's, but
You'll have one soon.
no, I have a toaster air fryer. I haven't opened it yet because all the nice wedding stuff I didn't open because I want it to be nice and not used by other people. But I don't know how that one. I don't know. It looks like a toaster oven. Like you pull the door down. I don't know how that air fries. I actually don't even know how air fryers air fry because you close the basket and you don't see what happens inside.
Yeah, it's just it's a marketing term. It really is just a convection
Glorified
oven.
microwave.
Convection oven. So
The fuck does that mean?
it just means it circulates the air.
And a microwave does what different?
Microwave uses microwaves to heat the food.
This is like when you say shit and it's like
I
you're
mean-
saying words, they don't mean anything.
Yeah.
Not you specifically,
Sure.
but like the words you're saying, like convection oven, microwaves.
I understand a convection oven better than I understand how a microwave works, but a convection oven really just means it's circulating the air.
And I can follow you as you're saying it. My brain will never process enough to store that info and differentiate.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's from a lack of ability or a lack of able to do something smart, like store that knowledge and remember it. I just don't see it as necessary. Maybe deep down, not when you say it. When you say it, I'm not like what you say doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But deep down, I think that my brain says this information is not crucial. And so we're going to store it in the temporary drive and it's going to fleet.
Sure. Yeah, we have very different brains that way. Like you latch on to history facts much easier than I do. I like cooking a lot. So like this stuff is a little bit stickier.
Or ask me where something incredibly small, minute, and random is in the house.
Yeah.
And as long as no one's tidied up, I can tell you exactly where.
Sure.
I used to get so mad when I was growing up because my mom used to like go in and clean my room when I wouldn't. And I'd be livid because I'm like, I knew where everything was. And now that you've done this, I don't know where a single thing is. Don't know how that relates. Anyway, my answer's A. Now that you've checked the time visibly.
No.
That's pushing me out.
I always have the fear that I haven't started the recording. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Yeah.
You don't want to hear about epic dreaming again? My answer's A.
Why?
Because I think that there's a way to game the system with A. As someone who... I wouldn't say I'm like naturally shifty. I think that's like a very bad way to describe oneself. I just like, how would you describe, I like when I get like a question like this where it feels like both is a lose in a certain way, I like to try to find a loophole where it could be a win.
I think that's what I was trying to do with like the making the meal more obscure each time.
Yeah. I feel like definition that's shifty. But
Sure.
But I'm not shifty in that like I'm going to go into a car that's not locked and steal my friend's purse.
Yeah, it's a loophole. Yeah.
Right. I look for those.
Yeah.
And it makes me really unbearable in like work settings because like if we have like rules of engagement where it's like ownership accounts, like who owns what accounts, I really study those. Mm-hmm. And if there's a loophole, I'm like, that's a loophole.
Yeah.
So great thing about current job is it goes based off zip code. The last one previous to that was based off of all these complicated rules, and all I had to do was study them. And if someone slipped up, just not great. But that's my brain. Anyway, so I choose A.
Okay.
And the reason why I think I could game the system with A is because every time I eat a particular meal, the rest of the world loses access to this meal for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Think about like the richest people in the world and the shit they like to eat. I won't eat that if you buy my meal. How about whatever you're craving tonight? You're craving a steak and potatoes tonight? Sure. Why don't you buy me a chicken and broccoli and then I won't eat them tonight. Tomorrow you want a chicken and broccoli? Great. Buy me steak and potatoes.
You're blackmailing the world.
No, I'm not blackmailing the world. I'm selling my meals.
Yeah.
I'm saying, hey, if you don't want this to impact you, and you have enough fuck you money to just throw it around and not give a shit where it goes, why not give it to me?
Yeah.
I won't eat what you want to eat that night.
Yeah.
And it's not taking advantage because these people have too much money that they don't know what to do with and could like literally put it anywhere else. And
How far would you go? Would you be
probably
like, I'm eating canned sardines for...
No, because all I have to do is not eat what they're eating.
Yeah.
It's not like I have to eat mud.
Well, and then you get into a bidding war. This is a way to make money.
Exactly.
Whoever pays you the most.
Am I eating chicken or steak tonight? Well, chicken's in at X amount, steak's in at Y amount, cutoff's in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Is chicken going to barter back?
Yep.
You know, like he's got a hot date with a girl at this restaurant and the chicken's really good. Does he want her to not be able to order it?
Yep. He drops 10 grand.
So that's what I'm going to gamify it and make it really fun for me because Now
this is a better money-making scheme than the going to the bathroom and gas stations.
Yeah, because I don't feel bad exploiting billionaires. And I also don't think I'm exploiting them. Like have you ever seen the shit about Taylor Swift where it's like if she dropped a check for $1,000, it would cost her more money to pick it up than it would to just leave it? Or if she dropped $1,000 bill, if one exists, it would cost her more money to pick it up, to stop her day and pick it up based on what, like if you break down her earnings per second, than it would for her to keep walking. And for people like that, I don't think it's the same way. I think it's like me spending $5 at McDonald's is the way that they would view it. You know, it's like that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them. So if I could say, hey, conglomerate of billionaires, what do you want to eat for dinner tonight? Great. Who doesn't want to get fucked over? Great. I'm going to eat one of these meals. Which one should it not be? That would be fun.
Yeah.
I would say for me, I don't really care for them. They have enough fun at my expense.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be fun for me for once.
You could probably retire in like 3 months doing that.
Yeah. But it's just like, so that's why I choose A, because I think I think the wording of it says that there will always be a way for me to take it and be like, I'm not choosing what to eat because then I'm the bad guy. I will let you guys choose, and I will just like, I'll take out emotion and I'll just give it to the highest bidder.
What if in the hypothetical you're not allowed to communicate with the outside world about your intentions for food?
That would be an incredibly different life.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, we can't coordinate brunch plans?
Or
plan a date?
What I'm saying is you can't coordinate with these so-called billionaires about like the meals that you're between. Like, you just had to decide what you're going to eat.
Well, if I can't talk to anyone and I don't hear any feedback, I'm just going to eat what I would normally eat and go about my daily life because I would never hear any feedback from them.
Well, let's say that you just can't profit off of it. We'll say that.
It's just like the man trying to get me down again. Why not?
Yeah. I'm seeing if it changes your answer.
No. No. Here's the thing. I don't microwave or air fry often, but I do like leftovers. I could put them in the oven.
Yeah. That's definitely the...
I would, if I couldn't profit off of people, I would probably choose B. And I don't mean profit off of people as in like the average everyday person. Like, I'm not trying to exploit people. I am talking about the Jeff Bezoses of the world. I would take all his money if I could.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't know. Like, how is this going to get twisted against me?
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm trying to think of right now. I don't think it can.
Yeah.
Would you not?
I don't know if I would take all of anyone's money.
No. Okay. That was figurative. If you could overcharge Jeff Bezos for something, but you know, comparatively to his net worth, it's the difference between a dime and a quarter.
Yeah. I mean, of course.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is like, I'm talking about what would be the equivalent of a dime or a quarter for someone.
Yeah.
They won't pick that up from under the couch. I'm not doing any major damage. I'm just choosing my selections based off of something that means nothing to someone but could be life-changing for me.
Yeah. Food ransom.
Why not? It makes it fun. It makes it exciting.
Yeah. Good.
So that's mine.
We aligned. In different ways, but we aligned. Okay. This one is mine. This is the triple crown of ways you'd behave differently if there were no ramifications. I'll start because the one that inspired this is I love the feeling of being in the sun, which is so not good for me, as I've learned, unfortunately. If there were no ramifications, I would love to just go outside and spend all day in the sun without a sun hoodie, without sunscreen. I would just fucking soak up vitamin D and be tan and be awesome. So that'd be my top one, is just exist in the sun without worrying about it or having to protect myself from it.
Yep. The inner fat child in me. Again, remember the listener. We do this for the listener.
Yeah.
The listener that's listened for a while, they remember we did ugly winter. I cut all my hair off. I stopped embracing cute things. I had ugly winter. It was my time to be my caterpillar self. And then I would come in the cocoon, and then I have cute girl summer. We're in cute girl summer. You saw my Lizzie McGuire shoes. They're cute.
What season are you going into in North Carolina?
Cute girl summer.
Okay.
Told you. That comes after ugly winter.
I wasn't sure if it was actually season-based or if it was like life circumstance-based.
No, it is season. It's season-based.
Okay.
Because she's seasonally depressed. And so, not in a way of like she's not normally afflicted with depression. And not in a way where she's cutely talking about it. Medically diagnosed, not cutely talking about it, not stretching a scenario, but it does afflict more in the winter times.
Do you suspect that will decrease in North Carolina with warmer winters?
That's the reason we chose
Sure.
the area. Like if it wasn't for the cold, I would be moving to New York.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's a lie. I'd be moving to Vermont or New Hampshire.
Okay.
Those are the two places I tried to push with Garrett.
Yeah.
And he didn't say no
That's
to
a lot of winter.
But he didn't say no to Vermont or New Hampshire because he's not open to it. He was like, you will hate it.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'll love it. He's like, well, you'll love it for 3 months. And he is right. So I do think it will improve.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm also, comparatively to like 6 months ago, more regulated. She's on an accurate dosage that she's taking regularly. She doesn't usually do that. You know, like we're good. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Oh my God, thanks. So yeah, ways I would behave differently if there were no ramifications. I just had the first one, and it was a really fucking good one. It
Fat
just left
kid.
my head. Oh my God, yes, the fat kid. I would eat everything.
Yeah.
I thank you for remembering that. I would eat everything.
Yeah.
I would
On
eat
my
everything. I would eat until I was too full to eat, and I would keep eating.
Yeah.
Because I have some sort of oral fixation where even if I'm not hungry, I want to be chewing something.
Mm-hmm.
And that is how you get, like, overweight.
Sure.
And for anyone who's like, don't say
Sugar-free
that
gum.
you don't know, I have the, do you want to see my fat photo?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'll show it to you because it's our last day.
How old?
This is from 2013. I save it in an album on my phone that's easily accessible so I can always remind myself.
Can you hold it up for the camera?
No. I mean, that sentence itself is like, she's got some problems. She always has. This one's a really good one though, because people doubt it. Like, okay, my bachelorette last year, I was looking at photos because I was packing. I looked so fucking good. Tan, thin, could see my ribs.
Was this the spray
Loved
tan?
it. Yeah, it was a spray tan. Who cares?
Yeah.
It looked great. I was smiling in a
No, the
photo. You could
episode
see
where
like
you-
3 ribs. Yeah, it was.
I don't
it was
think
that
that's a
episode.
good thing, by the
No,
way.
for me it is. For me it was delightful. I loved it. Call me unhealthy. I'm
That
just
is
telling you
unhealthy.
I'm telling you what my heart speaks.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's healthy or right or not triggering. I'm just telling you what my internal monologue values.
Yeah.
And that's it. And that's only it.
Yeah.
But I've got to find you this photo. Here we go.
Does it matter to you that I think most guys would prefer not
No, because
3
it's
ribs?
not for men.
Okay. It's for other
If I
girls?
did it, no. It's for
you.
me.
Okay.
It's how I feel good when I wake up and look in the mirror.
Uh-huh.
And it's also like when you walk. Like, have you ever put on a 40-pound pack and walked and then you're like, wow, each step feels heavier?
Quite a bit.
Okay, well, if you gain 40 pounds, guess what? Those
Yeah.
are your elephant steps.
Uh-huh.
You know? So when I'm walking and it feels more difficult, I'm like, oh. Anyway, I could go about all day with this. But here's my fat photo. So whenever someone doesn't believe me, I show them this, and then they say, oh. And I will tell you that a good friend's twin sister at the time referred to her, which for some fucked up reason she told me, as a roly-poly bug. So when I see this photo, I think of a roly-poly bug.
It's a little bit bigger than I was expecting, but that's not like...
It's bigger than you were expecting.
It was bigger than I was expecting.
And I prepped you.
Yeah.
I prepped you for big.
Yeah. It was 13.
Yeah, so that's where when I'm not
You
fitting
did
in my
flash at
pants.
the camera. Someone's going to pause it.
That's fine. when I'm not fitting in my pants and I'm like, this is tight, this shirt's tighter than it usually is,
Yeah.
that's in my brain.
Sure.
Like that's what I look like.
I mean, I was bigger than that by a lot at one point.
Yeah, but that was when you were like 5.
No.
You said you was like middle school.
That was like early high school, late middle school.
This was my adult life. My arm is around a guy that I was seeing that like wouldn't lock it in because I think he was ashamed. Which I don't blame him for, but you zoom out and it looks worse.
I would tell by your posture you're not like the happiest with the physical setup, but
She takes heavy steps.
I don't know how to react right now without
I don't
getting in
know.
trouble.
I don't know how we got to because the ways I behave differently. I
Yeah.
eat everything.
Yeah, sure.
I've got an inner fat kid. I have an oral fixation. I want to chew on things. And
Do you have a specific vice?
blow pops are what
Wow.
they've been good for me lately. I've got the sweet tooth too.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got these like thoughts in my head that don't turn off, where it's just constantly just thinking about what could I eat or what could I be eating. Constantly, never ends.
Yeah.
You finish putting something in your mouth and what could I eat next?
Yeah.
It's like, can you stop?
Uh-huh.
Silence. Shh. Doesn't happen. Blow pops.
Definitely not for you, but what you're describing, that would be good for. I think that's what I've heard is the benefit of the GLP-1s is it like turns the brain portion off.
I have heard that, but like every time we sit here, you always talk about it and you're like, I would never go near that, which makes it sound really scary because you're supplement guy.
Well, if I would say 40 pounds heavier, I would have no problem. The issue I take with is like if someone like you right now went on a GLP-1, I don't think that's good. I think
You just recommended it.
No.
You said something I think would be good for you.
No. What I said specifically is not for you, but for the circumstance of the food thoughts is.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were saying for me.
No. Specifically, I'm telling you, Juliana Chauncey.
Why not me?
Because this is where I think it's the analogy is picking up pennies off of a train track, like the risk reward scenario of like getting hit by the train is not worth picking up the penny. But if you can pick it up like $1 million bill, you do that because you're not like overweight. The risk of taking one of these drugs where we don't know the long-term effects for people that are not diabetic, and there's already some speculation of the ways that it is negatively affecting people. If you're just doing it for an aesthetic improvement, that I don't think that's worth it. If you're doing it like because you're obese, there's so many known health issues related to being obese that the risk of taking the drug is, in my opinion, I'm not a medical doctor by any stretch, I think is far less compared to being obese. Lesser of two evils.
Yes. I've also heard it's like wildly expensive.
I think pretty soon it's going to be a commodity because it is so popular. But I think at large for society, GLP-1s and similar compounds are a good thing. The thing I take specific issue with is like when people are just trying to like lose 5 or 10 pounds to look good in a beach situation. I think you're putting yourself at risk that you don't fully comprehend.
Okay, well that was my first one, which is I would eat everything. And I'd be happy about it too. And then my next one, I just had it in my head too, and then I forgot it. Hold on. The memory thing's not going well lately. Shit, hold on.
Do you want me to go?
No, because that's cheating. I
had it in my
head.
Trying to buy you time.
I don't want to be bought time. I want to remember my thought.
Okay.
That's why I write shit down. Oh my God, I just had such a good one. Oh, I would dress like Adam Sandler every day. That was it. Yeah.
I feel like you had a moment in the podcast, or often you do, and I think
those are when I'm heavier.
No, I mean like.
No, it is.
I think it's an admirable quality. You look very comfy. I think that's cool.
Today I wore the Lizzie shoes because I wanted to look cute.
Okay.
Because I thought it's the last day. She should put in some effort.
Yeah. No, I dig the comfy vibe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it shows that I dress like Adam Sandler, is what you're saying.
I've seen you.
You've noticed.
Like at the live podcast, you dress very differently than when you're in the studio.
People are looking at me.
Yeah.
That camera's not real in my brain. There's no windows in here. No one's looking at me.
I totally agree.
Like, that's the weird, like, there's such a weird thing about when we post shit on Instagram, because then people, like, tune in, like, give their takes on shit, and I'm like, that wasn't a conversation with you. That was just, like, friends behind closed doors.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I live in the comfy vibe. Like, this is dressed up for me.
But guys get away with it so much easier.
Fair.
Like, a guy's t-shirt is naturally loose. You know?
Yeah.
So you could bloat and you don't notice. If I bloat, I'm like, I look pregnant, and I'm at a phase in my life where people think I'm going to be pregnant soon. And then I have to be like, I need people to visibly see me drink a beer so they know I'm not. You've probably never had to think that.
I mean, yeah, I don't think I've ever had to worry about someone thinking I was pregnant. Yeah. But I mean, I've had people look at me and know that I was fat, so I know that feeling.
I'm not crazy. When I was in 6th grade, this new girl transferred to school. We were in tech class. I told you this.
Yeah.
Spanish girls didn't speak any English.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Spanish girl for any other reason apart from differentiating that she did not speak any English. Comes up to me in tech class. She was sat at it was like a wood block table. There's 4 people to a table. She's sat at my table, looks at me, points at my stomach, makes a cradling motion, and then like a And I'm like, no, I just like snacks. And I will never forget this moment.
Yeah. I learned that you were especially sensitive to that because in the Hampshire episode, I made the pitch that because she was like 8.5 months pregnant, and I made the pitch that we show up to the interview with like pillows stuffed in our shirts.
No, that wasn't because of that. That's because like people that have trouble conceiving, that you shouldn't make like an April Fool's joke about. Maybe we talked about like an April Fool's joke around it. But I think it's very...
No, it was specifically for that interview. It was for that interview.
What I've gathered from the internet as someone who has not been trying to conceive long enough to know any sort of struggles is that like women that struggle with fertility and struggle to get pregnant, like it's already hard enough to see that shit around them that like when someone fakes it, it's almost like extra offensive. So that's why I've understood that you shouldn't fake pregnancy stuff.
Yeah. I pitched the idea to my wife and her friends, and they were not offended by it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm just like extra cautious.
And maybe in the grand scheme, you were right. It was not even that funny of an idea. It's just like that was what came to mind there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that is. I think the reasoning there is slightly different, but nonetheless.
Yeah.
I would dress like Adam Sandler every day. Like for work. I work from home.
Yeah.
My desk is in a room next to my bedroom. I wake up. When I go to bed, I take off my shirt and my shorts and I put them down next to the bed and then I get in bed. When I wake up, I want to put those same ones back on and walk back over to their desk because I really have no reason to change them. But I can't because if people see I wear the same thing every day, that doesn't look good.
Yeah.
But if I could do it without repercussion, should be wearing the same shirt.
Yeah.
I'd have an outfit of the week. Forgot the outfit of the day. This is my outfit of the week.
Yeah. I feel like my personal mental health has improved having to come to this office 5 days out of the week. I can't work from home because I've got kids and it's fucking chaos. Because it forces me to brush my teeth, get dressed, sometimes shower. I feel better. Some of that is just, I think, because I have ADD and I need like the change of scenery of not being in my house all day, every day. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. It's your turn.
Okay. I have a few good ones. I would go, this one I think is brought out by when I get in a thru-hiker brain. I get the desire to just pee publicly all the time.
Ooh.
For me, it feels like it's bullshit, especially when I'm outside, that I have to like go scramble to find a bathroom, to like go into like an incandescent place and pee somewhere where there's a toilet seat like lined with other people's piss. Like I could just pee in a bush, get this over with, and like no one's harmed by it. I understand not exposing yourself to people. I understand not like turning places into a bathroom. Like a certain area shouldn't have to smell like piss or shit. And when I say go to the bathroom publicly, I want to emphasize pee specifically. Though I guess if you're outside somewhere, you could dig a hole and shit. But yeah, if it wasn't illegal, I would pee outside discreetly all the time.
Absolutely. 100% concur. Yeah, I have nothing else to say but absolutely. And I do a lot. Like Garrett, when we got engaged, driving up to Mount Falcon, I had to pee. And he was like, "Can you hold it?" And I was like, "No." Because I was wearing the dress that I said I wanted to wear when I got engaged. So I knew I was going to get engaged and I didn't want to be bloated. I was like, I got to let this out of my belly. Made him pull over so I could pee. And so whenever we go up there, he points and he's like, that's where you stopped to pee when we got engaged. I feel very strongly that I would rather pee in open air than a porta potty.
Totally.
And so if there's a line of porta potties and let alone a line for the porta potties, I am scanning the horizon looking for a bush.
Yeah. Yeah, being at like a concert waiting behind people to go pee in a porta potty is kind of a depressing thing.
Yeah. I do everything I can to avoid it.
Yeah.
And like I don't care who sees.
Yeah. Okay, I do have a couple of honorable mentions, but I'm going to end with...
You have one more. I've only done two.
Yeah. I'm going to end with... This is brought on by something that happened in the last week. I think my body is getting less capable of tolerating it, but I would just eat the spiciest food all the time. And...
Oh, yeah.
We got...
Acidic foods. I'd eat it all the time.
Sure.
That's a good one.
I got Thai food recently, and they give you the 1 to 5 scale. I got 2. I'm very much good on that.
It's just a tiny baby.
That one's for you.
Okay, fine. Suit yourself.
I do have an early start tomorrow. The next morning, I not only took the longest shit, I took a painful shit, and the stinkiest shit. It was the triple crown of shits, to the point where I shit in the bathroom, and then between the bathroom is the bedroom, and then you go out into the hallway, like over toward the stairs. Jenna had to spray down the area by the stairs. It was so stinky.
God bless it.
And we were almost late.
What did you order?
It was something I'd never ordered from Thai before. I actually don't even remember what it was.
Like a curry, a noodle dish.
I can look it up.
Like a meat and rice dish. Remember the general?
It was.
Do you have noodles or rice?
It was rice. No, it was noodles. I can give you the specific
I
name.
learned working in a Thai restaurant that you never serve noodles with rice.
Pad Ka Prao.
Pad Ka Prao. Yeah, that's spicy Thai noodles.
Yeah.
Ka Prao is a spicy ass fucking sauce.
I'd never had it before. I wanted to expand my horizons, and it was a mistake.
And I don't know if Ka Prao is the name of the sauce, but the meal is a spicy ass meal.
It was spicy.
It's really good.
It was spicy. It was delicious.
Yeah.
And I would love to eat it again. I don't know if I can, just because of what I did to the house.
Did you drink while you were eating it?
Like alcohol?
Yeah.
No.
So, you know drunken noodles?
Yeah.
Another Thai dish. Do you know why they're called drunken noodles?
No.
Because, like how milk, if you drink something spicy, or if you eat something spicy, milk will, like, dull it.
Yeah.
So will beer. And so they call drunken noodles because they're so spicy that you keep sipping your beer, and by the time you finish the plate, you're drunk.
Interesting. Yeah. Drunken noodles is probably the dish that I get the most often. I
It's
really like
so
drunken
good.
noodles. Yeah. I was looking for something with a little bit less grease on it, but yeah, I would go ham on some spicy food.
My last one is I would hit cars with my car.
Just turn the world into your bumper cars.
Yeah, there's a movie called If I Had a Million. It's in black and white, and it's one that my dad had on VHS. And basically, this like rich dude was retired, like he was gonna die. He's like getting old, and he wants to leave his wealth to people that are not his family or heirs, because I guess he doesn't like them. So he takes a phone book and like an eyedropper with liquid in it, and he flips open the phone book and he drops the eyedropper, and whoever it lands on, he goes and gives them a check for $1 million. And so this movie follows what each person would do with $1 million. Well, there's one guy who's like is constantly just getting road rage and pissed off at other cars, and he gets this $1 million, and he goes to the car place and he buys so many cars, and like the car people are following him in a line of cars down the road as he's driving, because he's paid them to do that too. And every time someone cuts him off or does something fucky on the road, he just fucking smashes into them and totals both cars. And then he gets out of the car, he goes to the one that the representative is driving behind him, he gets in that, they get out, they go in the one behind or whatever, and he just keeps going. And he just the whole day he's just fucking smashing into cars.
Yeah.
The inner demon in me would love that.
Yeah,
I know we
sure.
talk about our inner child a lot. My inner demon would love
Yeah.
to ram into people on the road that anger me. And again, not cause harm.
Yeah.
I don't want either of us hurt. I don't want anyone getting... I'm not even talking like a pinched nerve. I don't want any pain on anyone's part. I just want to fucking smash your car.
Just buzz the tower a little bit.
Really want to hit your car.
Yeah.
So that would be what I would do. If there were no ramifications, I can't get arrested. If I couldn't get arrested for road rage, I would have already driven into someone's car.
Sure. Yeah, that's essentially one of my honorable mentions. Is I would break every traffic law. I sometimes do. I've already mentioned on air when the left red turn light comes on and there's no oncoming cars. Sometimes I'm just like, what are we doing here? I can see a half mile down the road I'm going. I would speed relentlessly in like school areas or like.
It sounds like you'd be unsafe.
I would be unsafe, but I would be safe.
I would be safe, except for to people who aren't safe. Then I'd be like Batman, like I'd be like how Batman is to the bad guys, where like the good guys don't fear him.
Yeah, I'm picturing like the Autobahn in Germany, like where there is no speed limit. I would treat the world like that.
Have you been there?
I haven't driven there, but I've been there. Yeah.
To the Autobahn? Have you been on the Autobahn?
No.
I don't know if I ever want to be.
From what I've heard, it's actually like very organized and chill.
I've heard that too, like very safe.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of other cars though.
It seems like you give people the power that are able to handle it mostly. I don't know. I mean, frankly, most people are good law-abiding citizens, but some people are, even with the speed limit, are going to drive 100 miles on the road regardless.
Yeah.
I just want to be one of them.
If I can spin out and not hit anything, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Good.
Any others?
Besides ramming into cars with my cars, if there were no ramifications, I'd probably commit some sort of fraud. But not like against the regular person. Again, this goes back. Goes back to the question of the day. I'm not trying to defraud the regular person, but if there were no ramifications, I'd probably try to fraud like a big company.
Would you take $10,000 out of Taylor Swift's wallet?
See, that's hard because that's a person with a face with a name that has a brand that's recognizable like to them. But if we're talking like a corporation, that is like run by like a C-suite of employees that's rotating and like has no soul left in it.
You mentioned Jeff Bezos. That's a person.
Yeah, but Taylor Swift is Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Like the brand is Taylor Swift. Jeff Bezos is Amazon. The brand is Amazon.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I would defraud the fuck out of Amazon.
Yeah.
He doesn't need more money.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I could find a way to do that, sure.
Yeah.
That would be an honorable mention. Other things I would do without ramifications. I feel like we're viewing, if there were no ramifications, purely in like a societal, will I get arrested way. I'd like to think about it in a different way. If there were no ramifications, absolute no chance of something going poorly, I'd probably do a shit ton of drugs.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
A flip side on the thought process, because it's not with anyone else. I'm not getting in trouble by anyone else. But if I like couldn't fuck myself up with a bad trip, and there was I went into it knowing there's no way I could trip badly, overdose, do anything poorly. That's a pretty safe field to test some things out.
Sure, of course.
And as someone who's constantly worried and nervous, I typically don't try many things out.
Yeah. Travel to new dimensions, see
Yeah.
the fractal aliens and whatnot.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. My last one is, this was kind of prompted by the recent episode. I'd free solo.
Like no ramifications, as in you know you're not going to fall.
Or if I fall, I don't hurt myself.
I will jump from the highest cliff.
Yeah, of course.
I've never wanted to hike Half Dome again. I've been like, you know what, once is good. If the world works in what you're saying, where I could leap from the top.
Just take a sled down that little slope.
And I just shake it off when I get down.
Yeah.
I am seeing what it feels like to fly.
For sure.
I am getting a running start.
Yeah. But I would specifically actually like the idea of climbing. I don't do it because of my fear of heights. If I knew that there was no consequence, my fear of heights, I think, disappears.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's where we get into murky waters. If there was no consequence, could I swim to the bottom of the ocean and find out what's down there? Because
Sure.
technically
There's
I
no
wouldn't
limit.
die.
Yeah, there's no limit.
So do I in a way become invincible?
I think that's essentially what this is.
I am now invincible.
Yeah. We're finding the mundane ways to take advantage of invincibility. That's like a real way.
So the Triple Crown is, if you were invincible, what would you do?
Basically.
I would swim to the bottom of the ocean and see what's there.
Okay.
What would you do?
Truly invincible.
Truly invincible.
I would try to go to outer space, get out of the spacecraft, and just be in the middle of space.
Yeah, but I can walk to the ocean and swim down. How are you going to just propel up?
Well, I mean, there's now private aircrafts that will go into space.
But you have to have the money. Like, the logic in life doesn't not exist. You have to charter one.
Toward the end of my life, I would take out a loan or start a GoFundMe. I'd like to just be in space.
Surely they're more strict about loans for the elderly.
I mean, I would come up with a real business plan.
Not that I don't think the elderly should
And
get
then
loans. I just think
I would
that
defraud.
there's risk there.
Much to what you're saying.
Defraud, right. We would both fraud.
I would fraud the bank into giving me a loan so I could go into space.
I think a lot of people would, but like not in like a Robin Hood way.
Yeah,
You
just get a guy to space. This
again,
is like my
the people
dying
where
wish.
it's a quarter versus a dime.
Yeah.
They don't notice. It's fine.
If everyone contributed $1/4, I would go to space.
I would put a quarter towards that.
Yeah, hell
if I
yeah.
knew you'd get to space.
We should make that a Patreon.
Would you
level.
really go?
Without ramifications? Fuck yeah, of course.
What if it was a one-way mission?
That's a ramification. I wouldn't do that.
Okay, so you have to come back.
I'm just floating in space for a little while, and then I just get back to Earth. Without,
How long's a little while?
I think like
Because you're missing the twins and Leo
Yeah.
growing up.
a couple days.
Can you get to space in a couple days?
Sure. Yeah, they can get a satellite into space, and I don't know how long it takes. I'm guessing.
You're not going to orbit a planet or do anything fucking cool? You're just going to just go up and down?
I wouldn't, for the reason that you brought up, I wouldn't want to miss time with my family. I just want to
Yeah.
experience space.
Does it make you regret having
Or
a
maybe
family?
if we're doing true ramification free, I'd go further, yeah, and then just time travel.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like how you didn't answer the question.
Good. More.
Great.
We could probably do more invincibility stuff.
No, we can't because this is my fucking last day in studio.
We have BPR.
Oh my God, I'm going to cry.
Well, here's your chance to cry because I've got a solo one here.
It's not either of the ones I'm wearing on my legs for warmth, is it? Good.
It's actually this one. This one's a little bit out of order because this was one of the more popular recommendations. It's called Kettle Mountain is the name of the brand. This specific model is the no fry sun hoodie. God damn it, what's happening here? And feel this.
Wow, that's soft.
It's like women's lingerie. It's so light and soft. When I picked it up, I'm like, this is going to be my favorite sun hoodie that I've tested yet. I think I found my winner. This is the thing that I think is going to break all of their sun hoodies. And then within 30 minutes of testing it, my mind switched almost immediately.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I'm going to start with the pros. I think that this is probably the most breathable sun hoodie that I've tested. I took this out on like a 76 degree day, doing a little bit of running.
More than that bluish green one you had? Because that one felt breathable.
This one is out of control. So the weight on that one is 4.3 ounces. It
feels like the Patagonia Capeline.
I'm guessing it's lighter than that. I don't know. I haven't actually tested it.
No, the light version of it, like, because I have it in the pants.
Yeah.
This feels just like it. I'm not saying it's the same thing.
Yeah. It's possible that there is one comparable or even better, but of the ones that I've been sent and have tested.
No, I'm talking about pants. I'm talking about like sleep layer pants.
They do make a Capeline sun hoodie as well. I need to test that one. It's very light, very breathable. I like the button closure, like aesthetically, the way that it operates. There's 4 buttons at the top here.
Yep.
And potentially the best feature, depending on who you are, is it's the most affordable one that I've tested yet. This one's $69.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, there's some that I've tested that are more than twice that.
Do they sell them at REI?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think it's just through their website. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, this one was recommended by a lot of people, so I was really eager to test it. And then, like I said, my mind changed almost immediately. In the mildest of breezes, the hood blew off my head, like right away.
We can't have that.
Even a tiny gust. I mean, it's not a sun hoodie if the hood doesn't stay on.
Right, that defeats the purpose.
Totally.
Literally in the word.
If I jogged for a second, immediately it fell off. Like the entire time I'm doing this with the hood, like I probably had to put it back on over the course of 8 miles 70 times.
Have you tried putting your hat on over it? I know that's like a stupid reason.
And I've seen on their website reviews where people do that, but to me that defeats the purpose of the sun hoodies, is because I want the airflow through the hood.
People are reviewing it while saying that on their website, and they still haven't thought like maybe we should improve the design.
I just was looking at photos and some people like tucked it into their hat. I didn't actually.
I thought they were saying like, hey, we can only wear this with a hat.
Well, so I posted my experience on my Instagram stories, and the majority of people said the exact same thing.
Oh my God, I forgot to tell you. Yesterday, time travel for the listener, whenever that episode was on.
Last week, yeah.
Was it last week? Because
I mean, yesterday will be last week, yeah.
Okay, then last week's episode, my mind just went completely blank.
Time travel.
No.
Havos. The whiskey's working.
It's not the whiskey. It's I have so many feelings inside my head that I just can't hold a thought.
It's all the epic dreaming.
No, it's not. It's really not. It's something that we're working on with a psychiatrist, where it's like I cannot hold a thought. I don't remember what I was gonna say. Do you remember what I started with?
Time travel.
No.
Yeah, it was yesterday's episode.
But that wasn't. We weren't talking about time travel. I was
No.
thought about this.
That's what you said prior to forgetting.
It's gone.
Okay.
It's in the ether.
Okay.
Shit. This happens so often. It makes me so mad.
It'll come back.
Because the more you try to grab, it's like when you wake up and you try to remember your dream.
Yeah.
Back to dreams. They say, fun fact, if you wake up and you want to be able to remember your dream,
write it down.
No, don't move. If you wake up and you wake up to an alarm and your first reaction is to jerk your arm and move the alarm and like turn it off or snooze it, that instant jerk is going to stop your brain from remembering the dream. Any instant fast movements. So if you wake up and you want to remember your dream, don't move. Stay really still. Try to think it through. Try to capture key points and then move. And I read that somewhere once in like middle school or high school. So whenever I have these like crazy dreams, I do that. And it's fucking legit. So.
It'll come back.
No, it won't. I know myself well enough.
The other thing I don't like is I think the genre of sun hoodies should be a little bit on the baggier side. This is a large, and it's a little bit tight on me. And most of the sun hoodies I test, I'm like usually between a medium and a large. The larges tend to be a little bit baggier on me. This one was tight, and I didn't like it was short.
Tight where?
On the sleeves. It was short on the torso. So someone like taller than 6 feet, I would imagine, is probably going to do best in like an extra large, which seems
because you're 5'10".
5'10" and a half, 5'11". Tinder 6.
But that's still like kind of weird that it's short on your sleeves and torso, isn't it?
The cut does not make sense to me at all.
Is that like standard throughout brands that you wear?
No, most of them are usually the good ones are baggy. Like I like Jolly Gears. Jolly Gears maybe if anything is a tad big, but like most of them, a large is like sufficiently baggy. I mean, I think that's the way that they should be cut. The other thing I don't like is the thumb holes on this are really small. You've probably used enough sun hoodies, but
do you like anything about it?
The material is awesome. So if they could figure out the hood, if they could improve the cut, in my opinion, like if you're really skinny, maybe this is the best one. Pretzel said that he uses this and he doesn't have the issue with the hood. So maybe different builds handle it differently. But like I said, when I posted this on my Instagram stories, I had a handful of people respond. One guy said that like he used it once and he had to give it away. So overall, I feel like this has some of the best features of any sun hoodie that I've tested, but it's one that I would never use just because of the shortcomings are so large that I think it's you just can't consider it. So for CBs, Chaunce's boobs, I'm going.
Please don't abbreviate that before I leave.
I'm going 4.5.
How many of these? 4.5. 4.5.
Shout out for the YouTube. Yeah.
Out of 10.
Yeah, maybe that's too high.
It sounds like you really don't like it.
I love the material. I wish that they would make like a different cut of this.
Yeah, I love certain materials too.
I feel like it's close to being great, but it's bad. If that makes sense.
Do you like leather couches?
Love them.
Would you wear tight leather pants?
Never.
You like the material.
Yeah, but I like this material for a sun hoodie. Just the way that it's built is off.
So just not that sun hoodie. They're not paying us. It doesn't matter.
No, they're not paying. If they could figure out a way to improve the cut for someone size like me, and again, I got this response from other people, it's good. I will also mention that the reviews on the website are positive. I know that can be gamed.
I will also mention the linked sun hoodie review links to something that I don't have permission to see. So
this is just a personal Google Doc. With
I can't see it. It keeps asking me to switch accounts. I'm like, it's not going to work for my work account.
It's just the notes that
I thought it was going to go to the actual listing of it.
Yeah, you can just copy and paste that into Google.
Okay, cool. I've never heard of them before. What kind of company are they? Kettle Mountain?
I think it's just they just do apparel, and some people love this, and I really wanted to. And
how'd you find them? I've never heard of the brand.
When I initially started this series, I put a call on Instagram for people to recommend their favorite, and this popped up a handful of times, including Pretzel, who obviously knows his shit really well. So it can work for some people, but for me personally, it kind of sucks.
Yeah, and the website, it does look like they have the number of people on a trail doing it.
Yeah.
But they all seem to have hats under the hood. Have you tried wearing a hat under the hood?
I always wear a hat.
Okay.
Yeah. I tried everything. I tried the button configuration. And maybe the single, because they have different options for it. Like there's like a single button version of it. Maybe that would do better, but the one that I tested, the 4 snap in a large, not good.
Let me ask you this, because this is the truth teller of all of it. This is what I would do if I truly loved the material, the way you say. If I really love the material and I wanted it to work, and my main gripe was that and I know you have other ones like the sleeves being short, the waist being short, but if my main gripe was that the hood didn't stay on, and I knew this prior to going on a long trail, the reason I say this is because I made hacks like this for the AT, so I'm not saying it in like I'd do this. No, she wouldn't. I did shit like this for the AT for things I could think of. If that were my sun hoodie and I wanted to wear it and that were my issue, I would get one of those like from a craft store, like a Michael's, the Velcro tape that you could put on things, and I'd put a little piece on the inside of the center of the hood and a little piece on the front of my cap, so that I could Velcro it to it, or like even the top of the cap, like something unnoticeable. And I get that's an extra step and not like convenient, but do you like the material enough where you would do a hack like that?
if the fit were better, I would consider something like that for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the fit and the hood were problematic enough. It was so close to being awesome, but it's bad.
Did you put it in the dryer?
No, I actually didn't. But I wore
fast,
I wore it before I washed it.
Okay.
I had it new. But their instruction was to like tumble dry low. I'm like, the material's thin enough that I'm not even gonna risk it, so I just air dried it. But
I get reprimanded from Garrett every time I wash something that shouldn't go through the dryer.
yeah,
He's like, you're gonna ruin your clothes.
Yeah.
And I am.
I'm bad with it. I'll put like my merino wool in high heat.
If I leave something to dry out like on the line by the washing machine, I'm gonna forget it exists, and then I'm gonna find it in 3 months and it's me crusty and cobwebbed.
Sure, especially out here with it being so windy.
Okay, what else can we talk about? Because I'm not ready for this.
You have a patent pending.
I know, but before that, do you have a gross or not gross? Point or counterpoint? I'm like not.
I can improv.
She's not leaving willingly.
I can do a stupid thing of the week if you want.
Yeah, please do.
So I talked recently how I injured my hamstring.
Yep.
I badly re-injured it to an even worse extent.
Wow.
I had a friend in town, so we had an action-packed weekend, and on Sunday we went from Clear Creek. We floated and did like some cold submersion straight to golf, and my muscle had tightened and contracted in the cold water, and then I went to like a golf swing, and like instantly it just hurt so bad again. I proceeded to play 18 holes of golf, and now I'm in PT. I was diagnosed with a grade 2 sprain.
Diagnosed?
Yeah.
That's serious.
Yesterday I had a massive bruise on the back of my leg. This is how bad this sprain is. That's not a good sign. When I first got there, she was worried that potentially the muscle had ripped off the bone, in which case that's like immediate surgery. So yeah, now I'm on timeout. I can't do a number of things. I have to do a strict PT protocol. I'm upping my BPC dosage and adding another
Never
peptide.
heard of BPC in my life.
It's one of
you
the
say all these terms that are like vitamin terms.
People get pissed off about BPC because, I mean, for good reason. It's untested peptide.
You don't usually take untested shit.
I don't. But BPC is one, to me, this is not medical advice. Do not.
Untested peptide, pause, go back. I cut you off. Is
Yeah,
an
yeah.
untested peptide, this is what?
So BPC stands for body protection compound. Yes. And this is one of the more popular peptides. So a lot of people are testing it, and at least the short-term effects, like it seems to be very safe.
What's a peptide supposed to do?
Peptides can do any number of things. They can increase your HGH. They can be a GLP-1.
You're using abbreviations again.
Human growth hormone. GLP-1 is a peptide. It's a peptide is just a chain of proteins, but it seems like it's a cutting-edge type of intervention for any number of things where you can signaling hunger in your body.
Why do you take it?
Specifically, BPC is body protection compound, is supposed to be good at tissue repair. So like if you've got like a tendon injury, a ligament injury, a soft tissue injury, which is what I have, there's a lot of anecdata, which is not data at all, a lot of anecdotes where people have really positive outcomes from this. And one of the reasons why I do take it is because this specific peptide is banned by WADA, which is the drug testing agency for
WADA?
WADA, World Anti-Doping Association, I believe it is. And
It's
this
banned
one,
by them?
yeah,
And you still take it?
for that reason.
Because it's banned.
Because it's banned, to me, that signals that it is effective. Like that's a major leg up
Really?
for Olympic athletes.
The WADA is for Olympic athletes only?
I don't know who else uses WADA as a standard. Maybe it's baseball. Maybe
But it's not like the world at large?
well, it depends on like which organizations pick it up.
I'm picturing you're saying the WHO said that this is no good, and you're perfect.
No, it's not that.
That's what it sounds like.
This is a agency that oversees, like, it tries to make fair gaming. So like you couldn't take testosterone or any number of compounds because it is an unfair advantage per WADA. And BPC is one of those compounds.
So this is like a sports thing.
Yes.
WADA is it's like sports book or like
Here, let's look
Game
it up.
Time or like ESPN. It's like specifically in the sports genre.
This is the AI overview on Google. WADA stands for the World Anti-Doping Agency. It is an independent international organization responsible for promoting, coordinating, and monitoring the fight against drugs and banned substances in sports. Established in 1999, WADA is funded by sporting movements such as International Olympic Committee and national governments. Its primary functions and responsibilities include anti-world doping code, the prohibited list, scientific research and testing, monitoring and compliance, yada, yada, yada. So to me, it seems like at least this agency recognizes that it's probably a leg up in most sports, that if you get injured, this is going to be an unfair compound to help you recover from that injury. I'm not encouraging anyone else to do this. I'm doing this as an experiment to myself, and one where I'm desperate to get better fast.
Would WADA not also be like anti-meth?
I doubt meth is on it. Maybe it is. Actually, meth is probably a performance-enhancing drug.
The Anti-Doping Association is going to be like, meth's good, though.
I'm like, for instance, I doubt that like cigarettes are on the anti-doping list.
How do we find this list? An anti-doping list, I feel like it should have them.
Like one of the controversial ones is that marijuana was on it for a long time, even though it's legal in many areas and is by most people not considered a performance-enhancing drug. That one's controversial because like it's for a lot of people it's not necessarily negative, and debatably is it performance enhancing? Probably not. I don't know.
I've got I pulled it up. It's not necessarily anything that gives you an answer. It's just vague words. The things that are included on this list are non-approved substances.
Yeah.
Great. What are those? Anabolic agents.
Steroids.
I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what steroids means. I would never have connected that. Peptide hormones, growth factors, related substances, mimetics. That sounds like what you just said.
Mimetics, yeah.
Beta-2 agonists, hormone and metabolic modulators, diuretics and masking agents, manipulation of blood and blood components, chemical and physical manipulation, gene and cell doping, stimulants, narcotics, cannabinoids, glucocorticoids. I feel like I'm on America's Next Top Model where they make them do those scientific shoots where they have to like explain the makeup ingredients.
Yeah. I also
beta blockers?
I would imagine.
What if people get nervous?
I would imagine that removing the nerves is an unfair advantage.
Shut up.
Like,
what if you have like a pre-existing condition that you take beta blockers for?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair question.
Like, can you get an exemption? Because I've got like a psych examined form that says like, hey, she should take these. Or am I just not allowed to be an Olympian?
This was a thing in baseball. I don't remember the outcome, but there were like a lot of athletes taking Adderall, which is a prescribed drug, but that's also a performance enhancing drug. I don't remember the outcome of that.
But if you're prescribed it shouldn't be performance enhancing, because what it's meant to do is get you to the baseline of where other people start.
Yeah.
It's only if you take it when it's not supposed to be prescribed that then you get the like jittery.
The issue with that is that like anyone can get prescribed anything just about. If you find a doctor willing enough, like this is
okay. Yeah, if you find a doctor willing enough, and yes,
it's
at
also,
a certain level, you can pay anyone to do anything.
Exactly.
We've talked about that in our fraud segment.
Yeah. So the other, I think, positive clue for me is that I have a friend who's a PT, and he has a lot of clients that have been using it for their recovery, and he said he's seen really positive results. But I want to be very clear to anyone listening: do not do this. This is a risk thing, and it's
you just usually don't take the risk. So it's curious to hear. Like you're usually like this scientific study backed up this thing, and so I take these vitamins.
So I was taking it before I injured myself, just because I was curious, and it seemed safe. But I was just going to do like one course and see if I noticed anything. I didn't have an acute enough injury to get like a solid A/B test. Now that I'm injured, I actually have a real reason to do it, and I'm using it in conjunction with my PT because I fucked up my hamstring because I'm old and stupid.
Does it work?
The injury, the re-aggravation of the injury is fresh off the boat. This was Sunday, so like 3.
What did you do?
Originally, that was when I was doing the race, when I was racing somebody.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So that's
peptide talk of the week.
Yep.
Okay, now we can go to patent pending.
Yeah, but can we pause? I really have to pee.
I could pee.
Yeah, let's pee.
Okay, we're back. Impromptu processing.
No, we're not Don't pay attention to me.
Yeah.
No one needs to know unless they watch us on YouTube.
We can edit this out if you want, but
Oh, we don't need to edit it out. Just ignore it because it's going to keep happening.
Okay.
So just ignore it. We're just going to pretend it's not happening and we're not going to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
My patent pending is a car thing. We were driving the other day. And have you ever driven west towards the mountains, like at the time of the day where the sun starts to set? And the sun is just like ripping in your eyes and it really hurts. And you're like, the world is cruel and unkind. And then you put down your visor and it's right below where the visor ends. And then you can't do anything. And you're like, this is also very unsafe. Why would we build the roads in this direction? My patent pending that I brought up the other day while in that predicament was, why don't they have sunglasses mode on windshields?
Like transitional lenses.
Right, like how I can press the heated seat on my seat and the seat becomes hot. Why can't I press sunglasses mode on the windshield and then it tints it like a sunglass? And I get you can't have tinted windshields because of like legality reasons in general for like normal times. I'm not saying tinted all the time. I'm not saying blackout tint it. I'm saying like a light brown tint of like a turtle patterned pair of sunglasses where it's like, we're not talking about black tint, but like a light brown, semi-transparent, doesn't really obstruct much. You could still see through it completely, but like maybe saves your eyeballs. I feel like that would be safer than not. And I understand how a blacked out tinted windshield would be unsafe. So I'm not pro that, but I don't know. I feel like we are in the year of 2026. There should be a button on the car that does sunglasses mode.
Yeah, I like that. Transitional lenses for windshields. I think it's a really good idea.
If the sun's, the way you said that was so nice. Please don't treat me differently right now.
Well, we do have an impromptu segment.
Why?
Because I posted a photo of you saying that last time Chauncey's in studio as a Colorado resident. Does anyone have any parting words?
What did they
This
say?
this is from Andy Jones, 95. Longtime podcast listener and fan. You both have been great to listen to together. She should definitely finish that beer, though.
I did finish
She
it.
finished it. Thanks, Andy. This is from Liz Kowalski, 354. Sorry for butchering your name. Love listening to y'all on my PCT through.
Did you call Liz instead of Liz?
LYS.
Oh, okay, never mind. I
ZK.
thought it was LIC and you said Liz.
Riley Riffle. Just had a crying emoji.
Same.
Christine Whitmire says, see you in Asheville. You're going to make new East Coast friends
Several hours away. But yeah, sure.
closer
Okay.
than it is to here. This is from Megan, my way down the trail. Thanks for the laughs, Chons. Truly feel like we're friends even though we don't know each other, and it makes me feel like a real creep saying that. I promise I'm normal anyway. Thanks and good luck with the move.
You gotta go to the Instagram where I talked about looking at Garrett's poop and just read me those comments because those will help me right now.
Colton Place says, we love you, Chons. All caps, 3 hearts.
Why did you do this?
Andrew Downs. Welcome to Apex. It's the peak of good living.
It is. That's the catchphrase for
Is
the
it?
town. Yeah. It's
You're
like
going
on
to
New Hampshire is like live free or die. That's Apex.
That's a good motto.
What, live free or die?
No. The peak of good living.
You
Bra-
want to come? We can relocate.
Brandon Dyke says, just sadness. This one is from @TheRealHikingViking. Viking. You old bag.
If anyone can make me feel better. I'm fine. we can't, if we acknowledge it, then it's not going to be fine. Because then there's going to be the acknowledge. Like, you know when someone's like, are you crying? And then you're like, no. And then you start crying because they said it.
Yeah.
We just have to not acknowledge it. We just pretend everything's fine for the next 10 minutes. And then we will never have it again.
Trevor Duan asks, where is she moving?
North Carolina. And I'm really excited. I am. I just don't do well with change, and I get attached.
I think this is the way the last in studio as a resident had to go.
Well, why aren't you crying?
I'm
Are
a
you
guy.
not going to miss me?
I will say, I don't cry. I can't think of the last time that I cried.
It's so annoying. Does Jenna get mad at you for that?
No. Maybe. I don't know. She's never said it. But I don't.
You've cried around her.
When my grandmother died, she saw me cry.
That's it?
It's the only family member that I've lost since we've been together
You only cry when family members die?
so far. The only time that she's seen me cry, I've
You've been together for like 10 years.
13.
That's the only time she's...
I told you I don't cry. Yeah.
You're such an asshole.
The friend who visited recently walked me through like the most stressful week of his life, and he ended it with, "If I knew how to cry, I would have cried." I think this is a guy thing.
Well, the crying's sometimes nice because then you let out whatever
Yeah.
insert science body things, and then apparently it's supposed to make you feel better. But I'm not a scientist, as I often say, so I don't know what the things are.
I do think crying is good. I'm not crying because I don't want to cry.
It's fine. I'm fine. We can't dwell on it. We just got to keep going. So there's a mailbag.
I did tear up a little bit when, with the Weezer interview where she was talking about her mom.
Yeah, I mean, that's impossible not to.
Yeah.
Okay, brace yourself. This is long and not even all of it. That's good. I need a long one. Dear Zach and Johns, incest / comment sauce / sauce, comment Rachel, comment Jabba, or whoever is hosting this podcast now, since Johns had to be all adult like and support her husband. I'm still here. And I'm not supporting him. I just... Sometimes you have to accept growth. Look out,
You're
everybody. Yeah, but I'm not. I can't. I'm not being dragged there.
No,
Like
I know
it kind
that.
like like if I'm going because I'm supporting him, it's like he's dragging me there.
But
I'm excited to go.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go. Well, he's been bringing this up for years, and I've always said no because I wasn't ready to because of this. And it's finally gotten to a point that I was like, he's so many years I've said no because of this. And he said okay, and he's stopped talking about it, that at some point, like, I should consider, So I appreciate the way it's written. I understand it, but
You're being a good wife.
I wouldn't go for just that. No, I wouldn't go for just that. I'm over Denver. I had to call the non-emergency line on Friday night because outside of my house there was someone passed out, and they wouldn't wake up, and they were very obviously not homeless and just really fucked up and drunk. And so I tried to wake them up the way I wake up Garrett when he's snoring really loud, which is I just like shook them aggressively. And Garrett was like, "You were just pushing the person that was asleep." And I was like, "I wasn't pushing him. I was just trying to wake him up." So you don't wake up from anything less than those like jolting shoves when you're in a deep sleep.
Yeah.
But it's like, I'm not going to have kids and push them in a stroller down a road where, like, last night someone was passed out and wouldn't wake up.
Yeah.
Like, when I lived in Cap Hill, like, people would shit on my doorstep and, like, leave needles on it. Like, I'm not going to raise kids somewhere like that. So it's like, okay, if I'm in a place where I'm, like, ready to start having them, all I'm saying is I'm not moving for Garrett. Like, there's reasons that I want to as well. All the previous years that he's pitched it, it's just been less enticing because it's like, we're not even married. We're not going to start having kids, but now that we're married, it's like, all right, realistically, we could start having kids. And like in a few years, I'm going to be what people consider geriatric. So it's not just for him. All that to say, sorry for rambling there and cutting this off. It's just, I don't want that to be the impression because I'm not being dragged there. I'm excited. It's a gift to be leaving something you like so much that it makes you that sad, because then you had that thing, but that makes it hard. That doesn't mean I'm not excited for it, or I don't want to do it, or I'm dragging my feet and I don't want to go. If I was any of those things, we wouldn't go.
Yeah.
He would never make me.
Yeah.
And I'm not a person that can ever be made. Please.
That's true.
Like, come on. So that's paragraph 1 of this. There's a lot of them. Look out, everybody. A storm's a-comin'. Jackson Storm here. Checking back in at your request. I have completed my month-long lash of the AT from Amicalola to Hot Springs. And I actually go
North
by
Carolina.
simply Storm. But there's also a Hot Springs in Virginia that always confuses me. I simply Storm most of the time now, since everyone seems to think Jackson Storm is my real name. Watch Cars 3, everyone. It's the best of the 3 movies, and you'll also find out who Jackson Storm is. I haven't seen any of them all the way through. But the big news for this episode of the Jackson Storm (Troopers mailbag), I came away with not only a poop story, but a pee story too. However, this is another long entry, so feel free to save these stories for episode 3, since my primary reason for writing is to say farewell to our one and only Juliana Chauncey, aka Chaunce.
It's working.
What's working?
He's trying to relay his appreciation.
The poop story. Day 4 of 25. I ate dinner with about 5 or 6 others at Bull Gap after a day of already stuffing my face with food at Neil Gap. Just as the sun set, we all headed to sleep. As I was now by myself walking to my tent, I figured it was safe to let out some gas. Yeah, well, against all that I've learned from prior BPR poop stories, I trusted a fart and I shouldn't have.
This would be the first time in the history of poop stories where someone has cried their way through a poop story.
Yes, I sharted in my pants. But the good news is I was prepared for this, anticipating such an occurrence, and was able to catch it all between my cheeks. Honestly, the toughest part was bending over to get my shit kit and a headlamp out of my tent, but I was successful and made my way into the woods for a good cat hole spot. Not only was this my first poop story, but it was also the first time in nearly 600 miles of AT section hiking that I had to dig a cat hole. Somehow I've always been able to hold it in long enough to reach a privy bathroom or the end of the hike. The streak was over, but luckily there were no streaks in my boxer briefs. Good one. To quote Frank Reynolds in Always Sunny, so anyway, I started blasting. I found the perfect fallen tree with which to spread my cheeks and let the surprisingly solid turds plop into my superbly handcrafted cat hole. Boom, job well done. I took a photo of the spot before plopping, but missed an awesome opportunity to record an Instagram reel of my first time. I guess I'll stick to blogging instead of vlogging. Wait, has this just become a shameless plug for you all to read my blog post at thetrek.co? Yes, I guess it has. I will echo that just shamelessly. Search Jackson's story, why not?
Yeah.
The pee story. This is part 2. I should drink some Sunny D. The pee story. Day 24 of 25. For about a year now, I've been peeing at night into sports drink bottles from the safety and comfort of my tent. It's like a weird move when you have a penis. Literally flop it out. This routine stems from a run-in with 2 sets of glowing green eyes stalking me from the tree line at an AT shelter in Pennsylvania last summer at 3 a.m. in the morning. Standing there in such a vulnerable position with my goods out in the open, I decided it was no longer worth it and went the pee bottle route from that point on. So there I was in my tent with the only one night left until reaching my final destination of Hot Springs, North Carolina. Only one night left. I had been perfect at cutting my stream off before the bottle filled up, but just in case, I always get myself fully out of my sleeping bag and make sure if it does accidentally overflow, nothing will get covered in pee. Well, all good things must come to an end. I was playing with fire and I got burned. That night, perhaps knowing it was my last tent night of the lash, I got lazy. I didn't get fully out of my sleeping bag. I didn't correctly estimate how much pee I could let out before filling the bottle. I knew I was close, but like Kramer in the Seinfeld episode where they drive the car on empty for as long as they could, I kept going. And of course it overflowed. But luck was somewhat on my side and only my lighter got hit with friendly fire. Sure, I'd have to pack up a pee-tainted liner into my pack, but at least I'd be able to wash it at the hostel the very next day. There could be worse things, like the guy who had it happen in a hammock with another person in it with him, and then had to hear the other person tell the story on a podcast episode that eventually gets taken down because of how controversial the rest of the content is. Too soon? Rachel note, the mailbag did not end there. But the rest of the content has been split and will be read at the live podcast. In exchange, I am including his Instagram message to me because it was kind and he sleuthed my private account. is this the all caps Rachel, which is, I think she's private. You would have had to request her and get a, I don't know, from Backpacker Radio, the awesome person who hyped my mailbag letter and 5-star review. Haha, if not, then oops, grinning face. But if so, I've been trying every time I drive while listening to Backpacker Radio to remember to say thanks for choosing mine. I'm currently sitting in my car in my work parking lot now late because I don't want to forget once again to say thanks. LOL, I just sent a follow-up mailbag letter earlier this week that will hopefully make it in before Chauncey's send-off. You guys rock so much. From Jackson Storm, parentheses, Trooper. Followed by a Rachel comment of a smattering of comments from Patreon, mainly Bob Peoples Award winner Alex Kindle.
I think those are the ones that we read in the previous episode.
Okay.
We don't have a 5-star review. Well, actually, let's check the most recent. I might be wrong.
Did we skip all that shit on the last episode?
No, we did the 5.
I thought we didn't do any of them. I thought we were like...
No, we did. Do you remember it was CCCC?
Oh, yeah. What did we skip on that one? We skipped something.
Sun hoodie.
Oh, it's the sun hoodie.
So the mailbag that you just read was on the
yes,
previous
that was
episode.
it. We skipped the mailbag, too.
No, we did a mailbag. I swapped out the mailbags. You read the Patreon comments
Right.
instead.
Right.
How fitting. Well, we've got a couple of new ones, but we'll do this one. Here, I'm going to paste it in.
What, for a 5-star review?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you have to read it because that's your part.
I actually insist.
That you read it?
Nope, you read it.
That I read it. Missing trust. Why?
It cut off the commenter. This is from Rome Burns.
This is an excellent and entertaining podcast with genuine thru-hikers, not just people who go out for the weekend. This podcast has the best guests, too. 2 things worth mentioning. First, co-host Chance is leaving Denver and will no longer be a regular on the podcast. I miss her already. I especially enjoyed Chance's Women's Only podcast. How else can I learn to try to be less creepy or threatening on the trail? Second, I like that this podcast has real hikers, not just weekenders. I'm not casting shade. I see you taking the photo. You can do it. I don't mind.
I'm going to post it on Instagram.
You can. That's okay. I get so to be recorded in 2 different places. What do I care? Second, I like that this podcast has real hikers, not just weekenders. I'm not casting shade at weekenders. I love some of their podcasts too. It's just that some of the advice that comes from the different backgrounds wind up being sufficiently different to make a real difference, generally in money. I also liked chatting with Jessica at AT Trail Days last month. She's great. Jess is great. Thanks.
Shout out to today's title sponsor.
What about, don't leave us any about
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. If you guys want to hear your review on this podcast, head on over to Apple Podcasts. Leave us any number of stars.
Just not 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Huge shout out to today's title sponsor, Topo Athletic. Use code TREK15TOPO for a 15% discount at topoathletic.com. What do you want to say about Topo?
I really like them. I packed them last because I didn't want to have to pack them too soon in case I wanted to use them. And they're the same ones I got when they started sponsoring. So if you've been listening to these ads for ages, I've not replaced my shoes yet. They've been good for everything. And I will keep wearing them in North Carolina.
Nothing else to add there. A super big thank you to our Bob Peoples Award winners on Patreon. That is Alex and Misty with Navigators Crafting, Alex Kindle, Aunt Andrew, Austin McDaniel, Bill Johnson, Brad and Blair from 13 Adventures, Brett Mullins, a.k.a. Cruzy, Brian Alsop,
Fables,
Carl Lobsterhood, Christopher Marshburn, Clint Sittler, Coach from Marion Outdoors, Eric Casper,
The Frilly Goes,
Eric Hoffman, Ethan Harwell Dunn, Jillian Daniels, Greg Knight, Greg Martin, Griffin Hage, Bring Me Beer, Haley Buckingham,
Alice,
Jackson Storm,
Trooper,
Jared Not from Subway, Jason Kaiser, Jason, Zach is a little donkey girl, Snailer, Luke Netches, Maddie in Arizona, Patrick Ciancialo, Randy Sutherland, Rebecca Braveheart, Rural Juror, Sawyer Products, the St. Louis Shaman, Timothy Hahn,
Solo,
and Tracy Trigger. That's a good one.
Thanks. It's the last one.
No?
I don't think that was good enough for it.
And Tracy Trigger. One last
They're
one.
not
Third time's a
coming. They're
charm.
not coming out with it.
And Tracy Trigger. That was awesome.
Thanks. But the live podcast doesn't feel like one because I'm driving there next weekend. The movie truck shows up on Sunday, and so I'm driving there. I'm leaving my car there. The handyman's changing the locks. The painters are coming. All this shit's happening. Then I'm there, and then I'm flying back for the live show. So it doesn't feel like the live show, the last one. The live show just feels like some shit, like something that I'm going to, like an event I'm going to. It's not like this is the last I'm living in Denver one, which means more because like I could come to the one in December and that would elicit the same feeling as the one on the 26th, where it's like she's already gone.
I think it'll feel fun and special.
I'm not saying it won't be fun.
Yeah.
You know, like I have no idea what's gonna happen, and like I know we have an amazing group of people working with us that are gonna make it really fun and special. It just at that mentally where I am, that feels like a post Chance fun thing rather than like a routine Chance coming to her job thing.
Yeah, I hear you. But not the last one.
Yeah.
Thanks to our guy, Paulie, at Old Man Murph's Coffee Roasters. Go to ommcr.com. Get yourself some delicious beans. You can follow us on social, at Backpacker Radio on Instagram and TikTok, and on Threads, facebook.com/Backpacker Radio. Follow Chance.
You can follow me on YouTube at Juliana Chauncey, on Instagram at Juliana_Chauncey, although I don't post that much. I'm kind of sick of the app. I'm on TikTok. I don't know my handle. I post some stuff under Garrett Eats because I think it's fun. Because I just post things about Garrett and it's more fun. You can get my book Hiking from Home Along Citizens Hiking Guide for Family and Friends on Amazon. I don't know.
Yeah. Appalachian Trials, Pacific Crest Trials are my books, whatever. Subscribe and follow us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Follow us on YouTube.
Hi, Internet.
And that is it for today's show. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much to Juliana Chauncey.
Don't do that.
For
Stop.
being
Say it normally.
the co-captain.
Just say it normally.
For, what was the number of years?
Just say it normally.
8 years?
9.
9 years?
18 to 6. 18 to 26, and you have to count 18 because we were there too. I think that makes 9.
Some number between 8 and 9 years.
I'll literally argue with me right now. I don't know.
That'd be the most fitting way.
I can't just say it. You have to say the normal thing and then I say it.
Okay. Thank you so much for listening and happy hiking.
Bye.